Chapter 67. Just as Han Yunshi was concentrating, Han Konggen's voice suddenly came from outside the door. He was pleading with Emperor Tianhui, and his voice wasn't soft. Damn it! Gu Beiyue silently cursed, but didn't dare to open the door to stop him. He was afraid that the people outside would rush inside and affect Han Yunshi even more. Outside the room, Han Konggen had been looking forward to the post-treatment examination, but the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. What if Han Yunshi really bribed Gu Beiyue to play some sort of trick? Then wouldn't he be finished? No matter what, he wouldn't allow it even if there was the slightest possibility. He had to go inside and watch Han Yunshi's every move with his own eyes. Your Majesty, let this commoner go in and take a look as well. After all, this commoner has served His Highness Crown Prince for so many years. I understand his body's condition better than Imperial Physician Gu. Emperor Tianhui looked at him coldly, hesitating. Your Majesty, let this commoner go in. For better or for worse, I'll be able to take care of him and see clearly how Qin Wangfei treats him. That way, it'll be safer than a post-treatment examination, won't it? Han Konggen's words were clear enough. Emperor Tianhui was still suspicious of Han Yunshi, but he nodded at these words. You can go in. Han Konggen rejoiced. Thank you, Your Majesty. This commoner will definitely see clearly. Delighted, Han Konggen's voice grew louder. Gu Beiyue heard him clearly, but Han Yunshi didn't move at all. It wasn't clear whether she heard him or not. Seeing Han Konggen walk over, Gu Beiyue's heart burned with impatience. He was stuck in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. If he let Han Konggen knock on the door, he could refuse. Or he could go out and stop him. Both options would greatly affect Han Yunshi. Gu Beiyue's usually calm brows furrowed tightly. At this time, Han Yunshi also heard the commotion outside, but her ability to resist interference was not bad, so she directly ignored it. However, no one could guarantee that when Han Konggen knocked on the door later, Han Yunshi would still be able to control her attention. At the critical moment, Han Konggen was already at the door. Gu Beiyue decided to throw caution to the wind. He pressed one hand on the door and prepared to open it. Han Yunshi seemed to notice his action and instantly became distracted. She immediately tried her best to regain her senses. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead, and her back was already drenched. However, he couldn't concentrate. If this continued, he would make a mistake, and it would be a big mistake. What to do? Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, a cold voice rang out. Your Majesty, didn't you just promise her that no one will disturb her? This voice belonged to Qin Wang. The Duke of Qin was the Duke of Qin. Han Konggen abruptly stopped at his words. Hearing this, Gu Beiyue's heart finally settled back into his chest. His hand on the door dropped as well, while Han Yunshi exhaled in relief. Just like when she'd saved the young general, her hand had trembled as she held the needle. But as soon as she heard his voice, her heart calmed down and she felt like the entire world was safe. She narrowed her eyes and immediately entered a state of mind, forgetting everything around her. It wasn't clear what Long Feiyi had done outside, but even Gu Beiyue didn't hear a sound from the door after his words. Outside, Han Konggen's mouth was gagged. Long Feiyi was sitting on the steps by the door. Although he sat very low, his entire body emanated an air of nobility that was hard to ignore. His every movement carried an air of confidence and ease. Emperor Tianhui didn't say much because of the promise, but a complicated look flitted past his eyes. He'd been trying to figure out Long Feiyi's attitude towards this official consort all this time. He was someone who didn't care about matters that didn't concern him. Was this for the sake of the Crown Prince's safety, or to prevent Han Yunshi from committing a crime? Inside the room, it was still silent. Time slowed as they waited. Gradually, they heard the rumbling sounds of Long Tianma's stomach, the sound of the poison dissolving the fetus in the womb's bones. This voice grew louder and louder. Then, it gradually became softer and softer until it gradually disappeared. As the voice disappeared, the atmosphere in the room also became extremely tense. Suddenly, Han Yunxi's eyes lit up as she said in a low voice, "Prepare the life-blood pill." Success. Gu Beiwe broke into a smile and immediately prepared the life-blood pill to coordinate with Han Yunxi to give Long Tianma. Han Yunxi waited a bit longer until she heard the beep of the scanning system. Her taut nerves immediately relaxed. Time was up. After warming up her hands, Han Yunxi immediately began to use the knife. Her movements were practiced, nimble, and very beautiful. The sharp edge of the knife left a 2 cun gash on Long Tianma's stomach. At first, bright red blood flowed out, but as Han Yunxi began to insert needles, the blood turned black. Han Yunxi searched for acupoints while observing the amount of blood. Soon enough, the entire bed was dyed red. Her head was bowed the entire time, her expression focused and professional. Although this was her best skill, she never let her guard down. Imperial physician Gu used the medicine. Gu Beiwe cooperated very well. The life-blood pill was truly a miraculous item. Long Tianma's deathly pale complexion gradually turned rosy. Han Yunxi raised her eyes to look at him before taking his pulse. Satisfied, she continued to search for acupoints. Although the process was very long, the danger had been reduced to its lowest point. Finally, half an hour later, all the toxins in Long Tianma's body had been completely removed. There was no need for any follow-up medicine. Han Yunxi used some anti-inflammatory and raw flesh adhesives before carefully bandaging the gash. Finally, she carefully tidied up Long Tianma's clothes. Finally, it was all done. Han Yunxi turned her head and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Her mind relaxed, but what followed was exhaustion. The tiredness accumulated over the past few days, as well as the exhaustion caused by the 2 hours earlier, all exploded. However, she still persevered. She took his pulse and checked his complexion. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she sat down at the side and said indifferently, "Imperial physician Gu, open the door." Gu Beiue's eyes held a trace of heartache, but he didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he poured a cup of warm water for Han Yunxi to drink, then took out a few pieces of ginseng from his case and said softly, "Put them in your mouth. Rest a bit first, there's no rush." Han Yunxi took the ginseng and put it in her mouth. She knew that it was worth a fortune. If it wasn't 1,000 years old, it was at least 500 years old. A small piece was worth 1,000 gold, but he'd given her 3 large pieces at once. Perhaps she was hallucinating from her exhaustion, but when she looked at Gu Beiwe, she only felt that he was surrounded by a faint golden aura that made him seem like a gentle angel. Seeing that Han Yunxi's face was better, Gu Beiwe went to open the door. Emperor Tianhui and the rest were all waiting anxiously in the courtyard. As soon as the door opened, the Empress was the first to rush over. "How is the Crown Prince?" Gu Beiwe smiled as he replied, "Congratulations to your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and esteemed Empress. The treatment was very successful. His Highness Crown Prince is fine now." "Really?" Emperor Tianhui shot up from his seat, nearly losing his balance and falling down. The movement completely exposed his nervousness. The Empress Dowager stood up as well, overjoyed at the turn of events. "Really? Really?" The treatment went very smoothly. The malignant tumor in His Highness's abdomen has already been dissolved. All of the poison has been expelled. Gu Beiwe replied honestly. Quick, go in and take a look." The Empress was so happy that she was the first to walk inside. Seeing her so anxious, Gu Beiwe quickly coaxed her. "Esteemed Empress, slow down. Be careful not to fall." "I can't slow down. It's been so many years. I've dreamed of this day even in my dreams. I just knew that Tianma would be fine." "Emperor, I already said that Han Kongan must have misdiagnosed him. How could Tianma have contracted such a strange illness?" the Empress Dowager said in pleasant surprise. The 2 women were so happy that they forgot their status. They spoke as they rushed inside. Emperor Tianhui couldn't care less as he strode into the room. Only Han Kongan was left gaping as he fell to the ground. Perhaps he was too shocked, but his mouth hung open so wide that the rag he'd used to gag it fell out of his mouth. The only one who remained calm was Long Feiyi. He glanced at Gu Beiwei, who was still standing by the door, before turning to leave. Inside the room, the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. It smelled like rotten sewage. Han Yunxi's things were more or less cleaned up, leaving behind only the medicine pot and the blood-stained bedsheet. Long Tianma lay quietly on the bed. His swollen abdomen had mostly disappeared, leaving behind only a ring of flab due to his loose skin. It couldn't be seen with the white gauze wrapped around it. It had to be said that the smell of blood in the room was very unpleasant, but everyone was so happy that they couldn't care less about it. She was his mother, after all, so the Empress ignored the blood-stained bed and sat down on it. She touched her son's face and was so moved that she was choked with sobs. "Is he really cured? Really?" The Empress Dowager stared at his stomach in disbelief. "Good, good, good. That's too good." It was Emperor Tianhui who took care of his status and remained calm. "Han Yunxi, does this count as the Crown Prince recovering?" "To reply, Your Majesty, it's as Imperial Physician Gu said. The poison tumor in the Crown Prince's stomach has already been removed and expelled. Once the anesthetic wears off, the Crown Prince will wake up. I left behind 3 types of medicine that he can change every night. His wounds should be completely healed," Han Yunxi replied seriously. "Then how long will it take for him to wake up?" Emperor Tianhui asked next. Now the Empress Dowager and Empress were both looking over from their joy. Han Yunxi naturally knew what Emperor Tianhui meant. She couldn't leave until the Crown Prince woke up. "About 2 hours," she replied honestly. "Qin Wangfei, you should stay in the side chamber and rest first to avoid any more trouble," Emperor Tianhui said mildly. He wasn't asking for Han Yunxi's opinion, but ordering her around. Still, he didn't call her by her full name. The fact that he called her Qin Wangfei showed that his attitude towards her had changed. Han Yunxi really wanted to rest. She gave Gu Beiwei a meaningful look, and was about to leave with the court lady when Han Kongan's voice carried in from outside. "Qin Wangfei, hold on." Soon enough, Han Kongan entered the room, his goatee slightly raised. His face was solemn as he bowed with hands clasped in front. "Your Majesty, as this commoner sees it, it's still too early to make a conclusion about His Highness Crown Prince's illness. Actually, His Highness Crown Prince's stomach was already gone. As long as he could wake up, there was no need to find out what was in his stomach now. Even if it really was a child, Emperor Tianhui would never allow news of it to spread. However, for Han Kongan, the appraisal was necessary. It was related to his reputation and even more so, his life. Of course, Emperor Tianhui wanted to know the truth without any outsiders around. Emperor Tianhui waved a hand, indicating for the court lady to withdraw first. Chapter 68. Although Han Kongan was eager to try, Emperor Tianhui didn't allow him to examine immediately. Instead, he asked, "Imperial Physician Gu, have you examined the blood? Is there really poison in it?" Gu Beiwei was a gentle fox. He was very modest. "Your Majesty, you know that this official isn't an expert in poisons. How about we let Divine Dr. Han take a look?" As he spoke, he added, "Of course, just to be on the safe side, we can invite a professional poison doctor to examine the blood as well?" Han Kongan firmly believed in his diagnosis, and was still full of confidence. Imperial Physician Gu is right. We really should invite a professional poison doctor to examine the blood. So speaking, he looked towards Han Yunxi. "Qin Wangfei, don't you think so?" Han Yunxi nodded, a mocking smile on her lips. She didn't bat an eyelid. "Someone come, find 3 poison doctors immediately," Emperor Tianhui ordered coldly. The Empress Dowager and Empress understood the situation as well. They exchanged glances without speaking. Actually, if this blood wasn't poison but the blood of a fetus, then Han Yunshi and Han Kangen wouldn't have an easy time, no matter who was right or wrong. After all, would the Crown Prince still need a doctor when he'd already recovered? Han Kangen might be a famous doctor, but he was still a commoner. Han Yunshi might be Qin Wangfei, but that was only an empty title. Han Kangen had been so anxious to prove his diagnosis that he'd forgotten the most important point. Soon enough, the 3 poison doctors entered. Emperor Tianhui ordered them to examine the blood on the bed at the same time before reporting the result. Everyone in the room had their own thoughts as they watched the 3 poison doctors take the blood for examination. Han Kangen's gaze swept over Han Yunshi's medical pouch and Imperial Physician Gu's case, a look of understanding on his face as if he'd really discovered something. Han Yunshi seemed exhausted as she silently sat down on one side. All right, tired as she was still looking forward to the results. Soon enough, the 3 poison doctors came to a conclusion. To reply, Your Majesty, the blood really is poisonous. It's not a small poison either, but a highly toxic one. But this official is ignorant and doesn't know what kind of poison caused it, the poison doctor reported. As soon as he said this, Han Kangen, who was full of confidence, was shocked. He said angrily, "Impossible!" Emperor Tianhui gave him a cold look before Han Kangen calmed down. Suppressing his shock and anger, he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, even if the blood is poisonous, there's no way to ascertain whether it was poisoned when it was in His Highness's stomach or after it flowed out." "Divine Dr. Han, what do you mean by that?" Gu Beiyue, who had always been calm, asked coldly. Of course, Han Kangen suspected Gu Beiyue, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. "Your Majesty, without sufficient evidence, it's impossible to convince others, let alone determine the truth," Han Kangen reminded. "If you want to poison him, then you must have an antidote," Gu Beiyue said. Emperor Tianhui trusted Gu Beiyue more or less, so he nodded his head. His gaze rested on the nearby pot of decocting medicine. Gu Beiyue was very indifferent. "Your Majesty, that medicine was brewed by this humble subject, it's not poisonous. But since the poison doctor's here, there's no harm in examining it again." Han Yunshi had long taken care of these things, so how could they give themselves away? Emperor Tianhui was very cautious as he nodded his head. The poison doctor went to examine it again. Soon enough, he came to a conclusion. "Your Majesty, these are medicinal ingredients that aren't poisonous. There's a wide variety of them, but this official isn't familiar with common medicinal ingredients, so I can't determine the specific ingredient." Hearing this, Han Kangen's face turned 3 shades paler, while Emperor Tianhui more or less had an idea of what was going on. "Han Kangen, you're proficient in medicinal ingredient. Why don't you take a look at what kind of ingredients they are?" Emperor Tianhui said, his tone cold. Han Kangen refused to believe it. He wanted to ferret out Han Yunshi's little tale. "Yes." Thus, Han Kangen poured out all the ingredients from the pot and analyzed them one by one. He wrote down all the ingredients he found and turned them into a prescription. Han Yunshi watched him coldly from beginning to end. She really didn't know why her mother had married a man like this in the first place. How did she take a liking to him? After a long while, Han Kangen finally finished analyzing all the dregs of the ingredients and turned them into a complete prescription. As long as this prescription was different from the previous one, it was enough to prove that Han Yunshi had tampered with it. The prescription was handed over to Emperor Tianhui. At the same time, Gu Beiyue took out the original one for Emperor Tianhui to compare. For a moment, silence filled the room as everyone waited anxiously for the results. It wasn't clear whether he was affected by the atmosphere, but Han Kangen grew nervous as well. His hands were clasped behind his back, his fingers intertwined. Finally, Emperor Tianhui raised his head to look at Han Kangen. For a moment, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. What was the result of the comparison? Slap. Suddenly, Emperor Tianhui slammed the table and threw the 2 prescriptions at Han Kangen's face. "What a divine Dr. Han! Take a look for yourself," he cried angrily. Han Kongen's face turned white as he picked up the prescription to compare. He discovered that the two prescriptions were actually identical. Heavens, how could this be? No, no. Han Kongen shook his head. Your Majesty, it can't be. It must have been Han Yunshi who poisoned the child. There has to be dregs of the poison left behind. She must have hidden them. Luckily, he'd guessed correctly. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Han Kongen, what nonsense are you spouting? The Empress on one side finally lost her temper. The truth was right before their eyes. There was no child in the Crown Prince's stomach. It was a malignant tumor, but Han Kongen still dared to slander the Crown Prince. Esteemed Empress, Han Yunshi must have used poison. There has to be dregs of the poison left behind. You have to believe me. Han Kongen was on the verge of collapse. He suddenly rushed towards Gu Beiyue's clinic and opened it up to search frantically. But there wasn't even any poison left, much less dregs. Seeing this, Han Yunshi generously tossed her own medical pouch over. Divine Dr. Han, take a look at mine as well. Han Kongen took it and rummaged through it until he poured out everything from Han Yunshi's pouch. In a flash, all sorts of acupuncture needles and white gauze littered the ground. Aside from that, there wasn't even any medicine. Now it wasn't just Han Kongen. Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress were all convinced that Han Yunshi was right. They all believed that the Crown Prince's stomach was a malignant tumor. Han Kongen's hands turned to jelly as he let go of Han Yunshi's medical pouch. His mind buzzed as if something had hit it hard in the head, causing him to feel dizzy. His legs turned to jelly as well. It's impossible. How could it be? There really wasn't any poison. Han Yunshi's diagnosis was right, but he couldn't have made a mistake. That was a child. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. As Han Kongen spoke, his legs turned to jelly as he fell to the ground. The ironclad truth was right in front of his eyes. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. If he was wrong, were the directors of Cloud Realm Medical Academy wrong as well? This completely overturned his three views, but he had no way to refute them. He whipped his head towards Han Yunshi and saw Han Yunshi smiling. Suddenly angry, he shouted, Han Yunshi, tell me why. The Crown Prince is clearly pregnant. He's clearly pregnant. Perhaps he could have said these words before, but now that Emperor Tianhui had completely trusted Han Yunshi, saying them again was seeking death. What did it mean to cause trouble with the tongue? This was exactly what it meant to cause trouble with the tongue. Emperor Tianhui was already angry, but the words only made him even angrier. He was about to lose his temper when the Empress lost her temper and scolded, "Shameful thing, deceiving the world to gain fame and misdiagnosing someone wrongly. You still dare to quibble with irrefutable evidence? How could you diagnose a man giving birth? Han Kongen, if I don't kill you today, I'll be letting down all the grievances my MO suffered over the past few years." Only then did the crazed Han Kongen calm down. He couldn't refute a single word, and as soon as he heard the word die, his mind grew even more blank. He didn't know what to do. Emperor Tianhui's cold eyes flashed with killing intent as he kicked the man. Han Kongen, you still don't know your wrongs at a time like this. You still dare to slander the Crown Prince. You really have guts to the heavens. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Someone come, take this swindler to the imperial prisons to await trial. Zhen wants to exterminate his 3 clans. Exterminate his 3 clans? Han Kongen's misdiagnosis of the illness had humiliated the Crown Prince and affected the imperial family's reputation. Just this crime alone was enough to exterminate his 3 clans. Moreover, this strange illness had dragged on for so many years, wasting so much of the Crown Prince's youth. Exterminating his 3 clans was letting Han Kongen off easy, but these 3 words were like 5 bolts of lightning to him. Han Yunshi, who'd been watching idly from the sidelines, suddenly stiffened as she sat up straight. Han Kongan gave a start before he howled, "Your Majesty, this commoner was wrong, this commoner knows his wrongs. Your Majesty, have mercy! Your Majesty, for the sake of Yunshi saving the Crown Prince, spare this commoner and the Han family. Your Majesty, have mercy! Esteemed Empress Dowager, esteemed Empress, for the sake of this commoner's many years of hard work, please spare this commoner this once." Han Kongan kowtowed with all his might, begging with all his might as he cried to the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, the retainers quickly came to detain him. Emperor Tianhui's cold face was terrifyingly furious, showing no mercy whatsoever. At this moment, Han Kongan finally remembered that Han Yunshi was still his daughter. He threw himself at Han Yunshi's feet and cried out, "Yunshi, daughter, you're indebted to the Crown Prince. Save your father, save the Han clan's 3 clans." Han Yunshi's eyes narrowed, a complicated look on her face. Although Han Kongan's diagnosis wasn't wrong and his conservative treatment was correct, Han Yunshi wasn't planning to help him. Leaving aside the young general's matter, Han Yunshi had no reason to save him as a father and even stabbed her in the back. All the sufferings she'd suffered since she was a child were enough to prove that Han Yunshi had no reason to save him. In her eyes, Han Kongan deserved it. But this matter involved the Han clan's 3 clans. Wiping out 3 clans meant wiping out the father's, mother's, and wife's clans. There were at least 100 people in total. Moreover, she and her mother's clansmen were implicated as well. What did Emperor Tianhui mean by this? Han Yunshi ignored Han Kongan and hesitated before looking towards Emperor Tianhui. She was about to speak when Emperor Tianhui spoke first. "You've rendered meritorious service by saving Tianma, so Zhen won't implicate you. But Han Kongan's crimes cannot be forgiven. The Han clan must pay the price." Han Yunshi rose to pay her respects, but still opened her mouth to speak. "May your Majesty please reconsider. Although the Han clan's various wives and concubines, as well as her brothers and sisters, had all abused her, their crimes didn't warrant death. Moreover, there were still many innocent people in the Han clan's 3 clans. Although this matter started because of Han Kongan, she couldn't get away from it. She wasn't a saint, but she didn't want to be an executioner. She didn't want to be a great sinner of the Han clan." Chapter 69. Your Majesty, Yunshi doesn't dare to take credit. I only ask that your Majesty spare the Han clan's 3 generations. Han Yunshi said, immediately kneeling down. Your Majesty, Han Kongan's diagnosis of a strange illness has always been kept secret. Yunshi believes that besides Han Kongan, no one else in the Han clan's 3 generations knows of the specifics, nor would anyone dare to criticize the Crown Prince. Yunshi is willing to make up for my faults by meritorious service. I ask that your Majesty spare the innocent and show mercy." Hearing this, the flustered Han Kongan finally calmed down and followed suit. "Your Majesty, this commoner guarantees with my life that I've never revealed the Crown Prince's illness to anyone. I ask that your Majesty spare this commoner this once for the sake of my wife and Yunshi's face." Emperor Tianhui's expression was ugly, but he didn't speak for a long time. The Empress Dowager watched in silence, but her heart was laughing coldly. Compared to Lady Tianxin, Han Kongan's decisiveness was far inferior. Now compared to his daughter, he was even worse. Han Yunshi was pleading for mercy for the Han clan's 3 generations, but Han Kongan was pleading for himself. "Mohu, you can't spare them. Otherwise Mo will suffer too much," the Empress murmured, wishing she could kill Han Kongan right then and there. In the Imperial clan, a single person could change the entire situation, just like how Lady Tianxin had saved the Empress Dowager. If it hadn't been for the past few years, the Crown Prince would have gained a firm foothold in court long ago. None of the other princes would have been able to develop their own power. But the Empress Dowager glanced at Han Yunshi, her eyes calculating. Your Majesty, Yunxi's heart is just like Lady Tianxin's. She has a bodhisattva's heart, so just go along with her. Han Yunxi didn't expect the Empress Dowager to help her instead of kicking her when she was down. She found it strange that the Empress Dowager wouldn't treat her sincerely even if she saved the Crown Prince. But she didn't have time to think so much. Emperor Tianhui glanced at the Empress Dowager, then at Han Yunxi. Only then did he relent. All right, Zhen will give you and your mother face today, and spare the Han clan's 3 generations. Han Kongan rejoiced at his words and quickly kowtowed in thanks. But Emperor Tianhui angrily kicked him aside with a cold voice. I can spare the Han clan's 3 generations, but Zhen definitely won't spare a piece of trash like you. Han Kongan was kicked to the side. He was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He was paralyzed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yunxi's voice was loud and clear. Her words were sonorous. She only wanted to save the 3 generations of the Han family, not Han Kongan. She was very satisfied with this result. Someone come, hurry and escort Han Kongan to the imperial prisons. Zhen wants him paraded through the streets and beheaded at noon. Emperor Tianhui said coldly. No, Your Majesty, Yunxi, no, save me. Yunxi. Han Kongan shouted, but he was quickly escorted out by the attendant. His shouts grew further and further away until they disappeared. Han Yunxi mulled over Emperor Tianhui's words. It looked like he was planning to use this chance to tell the world about the Crown Prince's illness and clarify things. After all, it was easy for people to let their imaginations run wild and affect the Crown Prince's image. If it was poison, then it was very normal. But this way, the Han family, a medical family, would definitely have a bad reputation. In the future, it'd be hard for them to gain a foothold in the medical world. For the Han clan, who made a living out of medicine, this was undoubtedly an enormous disaster. Leaving aside the enmity between them, it really was a pity to ruin the Han family's century-old reputation. Still, Han Yunxi knew that Emperor Tianhui's concession was already the best result. After Han Kongan was escorted away, Emperor Tianhui's anger subsided considerably. He approached the bed and carefully examined his son's face before asking, Han Yunxi, there's still 2 more hours before she wakes up, right? Yes. Han Yunxi was very certain. Someone come, take Qin Wangfei away to rest, Emperor Tianhui said mildly as he looked at the Crown Prince, his dark eyes rekindling with the flames of hope. Thanks to Your Majesty. Han Yunxi tidied up her medical pouch before following a court lady to a side room. She was truly exhausted and didn't have the energy to think about Han Kongan for now. It was only 2 hours. She didn't lie on the bed, afraid that she wouldn't be able to get up if she fell asleep. Instead, she reclined on the bed and propped up her head with one hand. She was planning to close her eyes for a nap, but as soon as she closed them, she really did fall asleep. In the silent room, Long Feiye's footsteps were very light, as if he'd slowed down on purpose. He walked in front of Han Yunxi and looked down disdainfully at her from above. He assumed that she'd wake up, but this woman slept so deeply that she didn't even have any defenses in an unfamiliar environment. Long Feiye's eyes flashed with displeasure before he sat down by Han Yunxi's side. Still, Han Yunxi didn't notice him even after he sat down. Her sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, lacking some of her usual stubbornness in favor of the delicate bearing of a young girl. This was the first time Long Feiye had seen her so closely, and the first time he'd looked at her so seriously. His innately cold gaze gradually turned domineering, as if he'd locked onto his prey. He impudently examined every part of her dainty beauty. In the silence, Long Feiye impudently reached out a hand and lightly pressed his finger against her lips. In a low voice, he said, Han Yunxi, just who are you? He'd investigated her for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws in her. Still, he didn't believe that this woman was the same cowardly, useless, and ugly woman from before. If she'd insisted on marrying into the Duke of Qin's household, then she wouldn't have needed to pretend in the first place. she wouldn't have needed to suffer grievances in the Han family. But what confirmed his suspicions was that he'd seen everything clearly from the roof of the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters. This woman's back was facing Gu Beiwe, but she'd magically made all the poisons in the medicine pot disappear, making it impossible for Han Kongan to find them. Could this count as one of her miraculous poison skills? Leaving aside the Han family, even Cloud Realm Medical Academy might not have such skills, right? Heaven knows how tired Han Yunshi was to sleep so soundly. It wasn't until Long Fei Ye's finger increased the pressure that she abruptly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she bumped into Long Fei Ye's cold, misty eyes. This is. Han Yunshi lowered her gaze and immediately saw his finger pressing against her lip. This action was so ambiguous. In a daze, Han Yunshi's eyes widened. She couldn't be dreaming, right? Otherwise, how could Long Fei Yi tease her like this in her sleep? Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi suddenly grew alarmed and shoved Long Fei Ye's hand away. Damn, had she become stupid from sleeping? This was teasing while eating fruit, alright? Long Fei Yi, what are you doing? Han Yunshi said angrily as she backed away and curled up into a defensive ball. Long Fei Yi didn't plan to explain his actions, but lazily leaned back on the other side of the bed. He arched a brow as he sized her up. Han Yunshi, you've got guts. You actually poisoned the Crown Prince? Han Yunshi was alarmed. This guy actually knew? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Of course she had to play dumb. Your lordship saw everything. You changed the poison in the medicine pot, Long Fei Yi said again. Han Yunshi was even more alarmed. This guy actually peeked. Could it be that he also saw her hiding the poison in the detoxification system? Although she was very uneasy, Han Yunshi quickly calmed down. Even if she was exposed on the spot, she would still defend herself. Not to mention that she wasn't exposed on the spot, so she wouldn't admit it even if she died. I don't know how your highness saw it. You must have seen wrongly. She calmly said and then reminded him. Your highness, you can't speak carelessly. Poisoning is a serious crime. If His Majesty blames you, you and I won't be able to shoulder it. Han Yunshi had a relaxed expression, but Long Fei Yi was even more relaxed than her. He calmly said, Your lordship can shoulder it. A trace of gloominess flashed through Han Yunshi's eyes, but she still patiently said, Your highness, you need evidence to say this. When Chenxia treated the Crown Prince, Imperial Physician Gu was present the entire time. Imperial Physician Gu can prove that your words are false. Who would have thought that once these words came out, Long Fei Yi would suddenly lean over and close in on her? Han Yunshi did not expect this and suddenly leaned back. If it wasn't for the back of the couch being high enough, she would have already fallen down. She blocked his chest with one hand and angrily glared at him. What was this fellow doing? Couldn't he speak properly? Why would Gu Beiwe help you? Gu Beiwe knows too much, Long Fei Yi said with a cold smile. Your Highness, Imperial Physician Gu was ordered to help Chenxia, so he naturally has to help Chenxia. Han Yunshi played dumb as she seriously replied. You know what this prince is talking about. What's going on with the Crown Prince's illness? Long Fei Yi also became serious. Your Highness, Chenxia has already explained the Crown Prince's illness very clearly. Han Yunshi's mouth was especially tight. Long Fei Yi's patience finally ran out and he coldly said, Han Yunshi, do you think His Majesty will believe you and Gu Beiwe, or this prince? This? Han Yunshi was speechless. Only now did she realize that this giant iceberg actually had a rogue side to him. She pursed her lips and said in displeasure, Can't you speak properly? Move aside. Being yelled at like this, Long Fei Yi was a bit stunned. He actually also moved back, leisurely and indolent as usual. However, his scrutinizing gaze did not leave Han Yunshi, insisting that she explain herself. Han Yunshi had no choice but to tell him the truth about the fetus in the womb's condition. Long Fei Yi listened attentively, but in the end, his brows slightly furrowed in disbelief. When Han Yunshi saw his expression, she sighed with emotion in her heart. This guy was really different from normal people. Even Gu Beiwei was shocked when he heard this, but he was just curious. After explaining herself clearly, Han Yunxi did not say anything else. She lazily leaned back on the high pillow and looked at him. What did he want to do after asking clearly? But all Long Fei said was, "This matter ends here. Don't ever tell anyone else." After saying this, he got off the bed and left. That's it? He specially came to interrogate her just to find out the truth? Han Yunxi was a bit astonished. She had already prepared herself to be threatened. Did he see her take something out of the detoxification system or not? She was suspicious, but she did not receive a reply. Han Yunxi thought that since he didn't ask, he probably didn't see it. Fine, I can't figure this guy out. After being disturbed by Long Fei Yi, Han Yunxi was no longer sleepy despite her exhaustion. She was too lazy to move, but nestled on the bed to think things over. Soon enough, an excited eunuch knocked on the door. Esteemed Wang Fei. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Crown Prince is awake. He's awake. He woke up earlier than Han Yunxi had predicted. Han Yunxi rejoiced and immediately felt invigorated. She hurried to the Crown Prince's rooms. Inside, everything was as before. Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and Empress were all gathered around the bed. Emperor Tianhui had summoned many imperial physicians to take Long Tianma's pulse one by one. Long Tianma was still lying in his original position, but his eyes were wide open. His dark pupils were filled with indescribable joy. Even though he was still a patient, he was full of vitality. If not for the fact that his imperial mother and imperial grandmother disliked her, Han Yunxi would have liked such strong patience. Chapter 70. As soon as he saw Han Yunxi walk over, Emperor Tianhui's attitude changed completely. Yunxi, come. Hurry and take Tianma's pulse. The imperial physicians all said it's normal, so you should take a look. Heaven knows how happy Emperor Tianhui was with the Crown Prince's lucidity. From Han Yunxi to Qin Wangfei, then to Yunxi, Han Yunxi was very comfortable to hear. She knew her efforts hadn't been in vain. No matter what Emperor Tianhui thought of her in his heart, he'd at least given her the respect she deserved and recognition of her status. As she walked over, the Empress Dowager and Empress hastily stepped aside with pleasant expressions. Even Long Tianma, who disdained her before, had a look of gratitude on his face. Imperial Qin Aunt, it's been hard on you. Han Yunxi put on a false smile as she sat down to take Tianma's pulse. Now the entire room grew quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Although there were no more problems, Han Yunxi's personal appearance still made everyone nervous. Only Gu Beiwei looked at Han Yunxi's fake seriousness and couldn't help but curve his lips into a warm smile. This woman, even when she's pretending to be serious, she's still so beautiful. After pretending to be serious for a while, Han Yunxi finally spoke up. It's fine. He'll recuperate for a few days and change his dressing on time. Once the wound heals, he can get off the bed. Since he's taken the life-blood pill, he doesn't need to take any supplements, so it's fine. Emperor Tianhui nodded. Imperial Physician Gu, I'll leave it all to you. Yes. Gu Beiwei replied in a low voice. Han Yunxi rose to her feet, silently exhaling in relief. She'd finally taken care of this thorny problem. The string in her head that had been stretched taut all these days could finally relax. Although Han Yunxi had pleaded for leniency on behalf of the 3 Han clan members in the past, Emperor Tianhui still wanted to reward Han Yunxi. He gave the eunuchs a pile of things that Han Yunxi couldn't remember, so she could only express her thanks. Emperor Tianhui wanted to spend more time with the Crown Prince, but he had urgent matters to attend to and could only leave first. Before he left, he even told Han Yunxi to visit the palace more often to accompany the Empress Dowager. Han Yunxi agreed with a brilliant smile. But in the end, her heart still felt uneasy. The Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine Yi were sworn enemies, so how could Emperor Tianhui not know? Moreover, his relationship with Long Fei Yi was even more delicate. It was better for her to stay out of the affairs of the palace. From the incident where her mother saved the Empress Dowager, she had long understood a principle. The members of the imperial family would never be truly grateful. Or rather, they would never be soft-hearted and give up their interests because of gratitude, even if you saved their most precious life. In this case, Han Yunshi only treated it as solving a problem for herself. Imperial Qin Aunt, when I've recovered, I'll definitely pay a personal visit to express my thanks. Long Tianma was still immersed in his joy and seemed quite sincere. Han Yunshi smiled. It's only a small matter, no need to keep it in mind. Crown Prince should rest well. If you feel unwell, you must tell Imperial Physician Gu. After giving instructions, Han Yunshi left with the Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager. She was about to bid farewell when the Empress Dowager grabbed her hand, as intimate as if they'd met for the first time. Yunshi, don't go back yet. Come to my place for dinner. You've worked yourself to the bone these past few days, so I must reward you well. Hee Yunshi, the old ancestor has never asked anyone to stay for dinner. You're so lucky, the Empress said with a smile. Heaven knows if these words were true or false, but Han Yunshi had been forced to a dead end by them. If she refused, she wouldn't be giving the Empress Dowager any face. Then Chenxia will accept deferentially rather than decline courteously. Han Yunshi looked happy on the surface, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She only wanted to go back and soak in a good bath and sleep, all right? She just knew that the Empress Dowager wouldn't help her with anything good. Heaven knows what the Empress Dowager was planning this time. The Empress Dowager walked in the middle with Han Yunshi and the Empress supporting her on either side as they headed for her quarters. Han Yunshi remained silent, unconsciously thinking of Long Fei Yi. Where was that fellow now? Had he left the palace, or was he at Emperor Tianhui's place? Could he come and take her home instead? Reality proved that Han Yunshi was overthinking things. By the time they reached the Empress Dowager's quarters, the banquet had already been prepared. There was fine wine and delicacies, a sumptuous spread. Han Yunshi, who hadn't eaten hot food in days, couldn't help but swallow her saliva at the sight. After sitting down and exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Yunshi saw the Empress Dowager and Empress pick up their chopsticks and happily began to gorge herself. Yunshi, there's no need to be polite. Just treat it as eating at home. I'm different from your Mufei, there aren't so many rules at the table. The Empress Dowager wanted to help Han Yunshi pick up some food, but Han Yunshi picked up quite a bit herself. She didn't seem to hear the Empress Dowager's words as she buried her head in the food. Han Yunshi didn't feel awkward, but the Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged glances, feeling awkward instead. Look, you must be starving. Eat more, the Empress hastened to speak up, giving the Empress Dowager a way out. Han Yunshi was listening, but her first words were comparing Grand Concubine Yi. What was the Empress Dowager thinking? She didn't speak. The world was vast, but her stomach was the most important. She'd fill up her stomach first before discussing anything else. The Empress Dowager drank a few mouthfuls of soup before speaking again. Yunshi, back then your mother, esteemed Empress Dowager, which chef made this soup? It's so delicious, Han Yunshi interrupted with a smile. The head chef of the Imperial Kitchens personally made it for me. If you like it, you can come over often. I guarantee you'll drink your fill, the Empress Dowager said with a chuckle. Chenxia doesn't dare, Han Yunshi said. Why don't you dare? You don't even know, but before we were betrothed, I almost took you as esteemed Empress Dowager. This dish is delicious too. Was it made by the head chef as well? Han Yunshi interrupted again. Finally, the Empress Dowager nodded with a false smile and didn't speak again. As a result, Han Yunshi ate her meal very smoothly and satisfactorily. After all, it was easier to discuss matters after eating and drinking. After rinsing her mouth and changing the tea table, the Empress Dowager finally had a chance to speak. She didn't expect the Empress Dowager to continue her unfinished words. Yunshi, before we were betrothed, I almost took you as my adopted daughter. Your mother agreed as well. Hearing this, Han Yunshi's hand stiffened. What was the Empress Dowager's goal in saying all this now? She didn't speak, but continued to wait in silence. The Empress Dowager paused, then smiled. Yunshi, are you still willing to be my adopted daughter? Han Yunshi's mouth twitched. Esteemed Empress Dowager, thanks to you, Yunshi married the Duke of Qin. Yunshi boldly says I've long considered esteemed Empress Dowager a family member. In some ways, Han Yunshi counted as the Empress Dowager's daughter-in-law as well. Since the Empress Dowager wanted to take her as her adopted daughter, the intelligent Han Yunshi immediately smelled the scent of roping her in. A daughter-in-law isn't as close as a daughter, the Empress Dowager joked as she tugged on Han Yunshi's hand. Han Yunshi glanced at the Empress out of the corner of her eye. As expected, her daughter-in-law's expression immediately turned ugly. Of course, the Empress Dowager's words weren't directed at the Empress, but Grand Concubine Yi. Han Yunshi was Grand Concubine Yi's daughter-in-law, but now the Empress Dowager wanted to take her as her daughter. This was a blatant attempt to bribe her to deal with Grand Concubine Yi. Han Yunshi finally understood why the Empress Dowager had betrothed her benefactor's daughter to the enemy's son before she was born. As it turned out, she was planning to use her as a spy. But she never expected her to grow up to be an ugly, useless good-for-nothing girl. Leaving aside the fact that Han Yunshi didn't want to be a spy, even if she did, she'd never do it by Long Fei Ye's side. In the end, the struggle between the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine Yi was still a struggle between the Emperor and Long Fei Yi. Having her go undercover by Long Fei Ye's side was the same as seeking death. Although the Empress Dowager's words were vague, a smart person could understand what she meant. Seeing Han Yunshi hesitate, the Empress Dowager signaled the Empress with her eyes, who spoke up. Yunshi, the Empress Dowager doesn't have a daughter. She's always wanted one and said she's an adopted daughter, but she'll treat you as her own. If someone dares to bully you in the future, forget about the Empress Dowager and me, even the Emperor won't let it go. Tsk. Han Yunshi sighed with emotion in her heart. What a great temptation. Was she telling her that as long as she nodded, even the Emperor could be her backer? Looking at the Empress's gentle smile and the Empress Dowager's expectant face, Han Yunshi really wanted to tell them that spies had always been killed as soon as they were used. Backers and whatnot were all empty promises. Han Yunshi quietly finished her tea and smiled. Of course a daughter is closer than a daughter-in-law. That's true, the Empress even nodded. In the end, a daughter-in-law is an outsider, Han Yunshi said again. The Empress thought she'd agreed and nodded immediately. A daughter-in-law isn't close, Han Yunshi said again. Finally, the Empress sensed that something was off. She was a daughter-in-law and her mother-in-law was right by her side. Her eyes flashed with displeasure, but she kept holding it in. She didn't nod anymore. The Empress Dowager was delighted to hear this. She'd said before that as long as Han Yunshi could cure the Crown Prince, she'd let bygones be bygones. Then she'd follow the plan from many years ago and plant Han Yunshi in the Duke of Qin's estate as a spy. She thought Han Yunshi would take some time to consider, but she actually approved of her words. Yunshi, it's good that you understand. How about we just... Before the Empress Dowager could finish, Han Yunshi stood up and bowed. It's Yunshi's good fortune to receive esteemed Empress Dowager's favor. Yunshi thanks esteemed Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was very satisfied and reached out to support her. Silly girl, if your mother hadn't passed away early and caused some misunderstandings between us, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. With my support, Grand Concubine, you wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. Han Yunshi smiled faintly, looking helpless but mocking. Esteemed Empress Dowager, mother might have passed away, but Yunshi is still a married woman. A married woman follows her husband, so Yunshi can't make the decision to accept a foster daughter. Why don't esteemed Empress Dowager ask the Duke of Qin? What? Both the Empress Dowager and Empress were stunned by her words, their expressions changing. A sinister look flashed past the Empress Dowager's eyes as she almost exploded. Han Yunshi, Han Yunshi, after all that talk, you're still playing with me. She clearly knew that this matter was aimed at Grand Concubine Yi and the Duke of Qin, but she dared to ask the Duke of Qin for a discussion. Very good. What a married woman follows her husband. Her rejection was so thorough and wonderful. Neither she nor the Empress could get angry or blame her. If she knew earlier, she wouldn't have asked for leniency for the Han clan's 3 generations. The hands hidden in her wide sleeves clenched into fists as she suppressed her anger. The Empress Dowager couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation. If news of this reached the Duke of Qin and Grand Concubine Yi's ears, they'd not only become a laughingstock, but also take precautions. The Empress was indignant as well. Aya, the Duke of Qin would have forgotten about this if you didn't mention it. Mohu, you like Yunshi, but she's still part of the Duke of Qin's estate. You know Grand Concubine Yi and the Duke of Qin's tempers. If they find out about this, we won't be able to do anything. Chapter 71. The Empress had given her a way out, so the Empress Dowager naturally followed along. See, I was so happy today that I forgot about these troublesome matters. Han Yunshi smiled coldly in her heart and didn't speak. She let the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sing along and act out their own play. Mohu, I think there's no need to recognize her as a goddaughter. We're all one family, so as long as you dote on Yunshi and have her come often, it's all the same, the Empress said easily, as if it really wasn't a big deal. The Empress Dowager nodded. Fine, fine. Yunshi, what do you think? Esteemed Empress Dowager will decide everything. The Duke of Qin is busy every day, so Chinchia won't disturb him. Han Yunshi naturally had to express her stance. Even if she didn't rely on the Empress Dowager, she couldn't offend her to death, right? With Han Yunshi's words, the Empress Dowager forced out a smile. Hee hee, you really are a sensible child. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, Han Yunshi couldn't stay any longer. After exchanging some pleasantries, she stood up and bid farewell. As soon as she left, the Empress Dowager's old face fell as she swept Han Yunshi's teacup to the ground. Thing that doesn't know what's good for her. Mohu, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get pregnant from anger. Chinchia said long ago that this girl isn't simple. In the future, we have to be careful. The Empress hurriedly soothed the Empress Dowager's anger as she coaxed her. Heh, a damned girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I was praising her, but she dared to refuse. Just wait, there'll be a day when I'll make her regret it. I don't believe she'll have an easy time in the Duke of Qin's estate. She got lucky this time. Next time, she better not fall into my hands again. The Empress Dowager was truly angry. She never thought that Han Yunshi would refuse and couldn't calm down for a long time. Han Yunshi only treated this as a joke. After leaving the palace, she finally let out a sigh of relief. When she passed by the Han estate, she stopped to look for a long time. Although the Han family wasn't a noble family in the capital, they were still a reputable aristocratic family. At this moment, the vermilion door was tightly shut. Everything looked so peaceful, but Han Yunshi knew that once Han Kongan's crime was announced tomorrow, this family would be in chaos and fail. The memories that belonged to this body kept appearing in her mind. They were all memories from when she was young. They were all memories of being bullied and humiliated. Although they were the memories of the original owner, they had long been part of this body. They were all her memories. Everything seemed so real, as if it had just happened yesterday. After a long time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Han Yunshi's mouth, and then she turned around and left. By the time she returned to the Duke of Qin's mansion, it was already the middle of the night. Han Yunshi wasn't even sure if she could knock on the door. Unexpectedly, from afar, she could see that the mansion was brightly lit, especially in the main hall. Seeing this, Han Yunshi muttered in her heart. Could it be that something big happened in the manor in the middle of the night? With Grand Concubine Yi's personality, she needed beauty sleep. Even if the sky collapsed, she might not stay up all night. Or did something happen in Long Fei Yi? Han Yunshi made all sorts of guesses. She couldn't help but wonder if they were waiting for her. Soon enough, she reached the door and discovered that the old servant guarding the door had been waiting for her. She knocked once before the door opened. "Esteemed Wang Fei, congratulations, congratulations! The Grand Imperial Concubine has been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry and go." The old servant was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations? Now Han Yunshi was thoroughly stunned. It really had something to do with her. Could the congratulations from Grand Concubine Yi's servant be a good thing? Han Yunshi was filled with suspicions, but she didn't ask any questions. She immediately headed for the main hall. But as soon as she arrived, she saw 3 large chests all open. One was gold, one was silver, and the last was jewelry. There were even a few bolts of high-quality silk on the side. Goodness gracious, Han Yunshi's eyes shone at the sight. Where did so many good things come from? The gold, silver, and jewels were too dazzling. No wonder Han Yunshi saw them first before she saw Grand Concubine Yi. Grand Concubine Yi was sitting in the main seat, her exquisite face so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. Murong Wanru was waiting by her side, her eyes filled with jealousy and hatred as soon as she saw Han Yunshi enter. "Mu Fei, you were looking for Chinchia?" Han Yunshi bowed in greeting. "He, the great meritorious subject has returned. Hurry and rise. How can I bear the greetings of a great meritorious subject?" Grand Concubine Yi's voice had turned sharp and unkind. She probably knew what had happened in the palace. Han Yunshi rose to her feet and glanced at the gold, silver, and jewels. She had an idea of what was going on. This should be Emperor Tianhui's reward. It was good, but why did he give it away so quickly? Han Yunshi stole a glance at Grand Concubine Yi, her mouth twitching. Her mother had saved the Empress Dowager, while she had saved her grandson. No wonder Grand Concubine Yi had flipped out. "Sister-in-law, I never expected your medical skills to be so good. You can even cure the Crown Prince's strange illness. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager must be very happy, right? Look, these are all for you. They sent them over overnight," Murong Wanru said with a smile. Grand Concubine Yi was still angry, so mentioning the Emperor and Empress Dowager was like adding oil to the fire. If you make the Emperor and Empress Dowager happy, your days will be better too." Grand Concubine Yi laughed coldly. What did Grand Concubine Yi count for? Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, she crawled out of bed just to be mean and unkind? She really had no tolerance. Han Yunshi really couldn't stand these overtones and sarcastic remarks. Grand Concubine Yi had already competed with her a few times. If she still didn't know her temper, then she didn't mind showing it off again. Mu Fei's words are very true. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager are both very happy. His Majesty said that if it weren't for the rumors in the capital, he wouldn't have known Chinchia had medical skills, Han Yunshi replied with a smile. At these words, Murong Wanru's face turned 3 shades paler. Grand Concubine Yi paled as well. She never thought Han Yunshi would dare to say such things. This little slut was getting bolder and bolder. "Is that so?" Grand Concubine Yi gritted her teeth. "This is also your luck. With so many rewards, should I congratulate you?" "Of course. Chinchia's glory is Mu Fei's glory, as well as the Duke of Qin's estate. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager will definitely remember this favor," Han Yunshi added. Compared to Grand Concubine Yi's acrimony, her tongue was simply venomous. She'd specifically stabbed a knife into Grand Concubine Yi's most painful wound. To her, this was a disgrace, but Han Yunshi actually called it glory. More importantly, she still had to smile at Han Yunshi on the surface. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that she gritted her teeth, unable to speak. She didn't even know why she'd waited until the middle of the night for Han Yunshi to come back. Was she waiting for her to show off, then come back with sarcastic remarks? Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's silence, Han Yunshi spoke again. Mu Fei, this time His Highness performed a great service as well. It was His Highness who risked his life to obtain the life-blood pill. Without it, Chenxia wouldn't have been able to treat her. What? These words were so poisonous that Grand Concubine Yi's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ached. Her most cherished son had risked his life to ask for medicine for her enemy's most cherished grandson. Grand Concubine Yi roared in her heart. Enough, Han Yunshi, you've had enough. Her hands had long clenched into fists within her sleeves, her fingernails digging into her palms. Even that hurt less than her heart. If I find out who spread those rumors, I won't let them off easily. Murong Wanru had a guilty conscience and finally restrained herself, not daring to add oil to the fire. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's face contorted with anger, Han Yunshi was in a good mood. She almost forgot about her exhaustion. If she didn't flip out, would Grand Concubine Yi really think she was a sick cat? Mu Fei, treating the Crown Prince took a lot of effort. I'm tired too. If there's nothing else, Chenxia will take her leave first. His Majesty said to let Chenxia rest well. Han Yunshi's last words were meant for Grand Concubine Yi's ears. She wasn't stupid enough to use the Empress Dowager to pressure her, but the Emperor was different. If she said that, at least she could have a few days of peace and rest well. As she spoke, she prepared to leave, but Grand Concubine Yi ordered sternly, Han Yunshi, you stop right there. This voice was very, very fierce. Han Yunshi always felt that Grand Concubine Yi's voice was different from her usual ferocious self, but she couldn't tell what was different. She halted her steps, calm and collected. Does Mu Fei have any other orders? Han Yunshi, the Empress Dowager asked you to stay for dinner? Grand Concubine Yi asked coldly. Her tone wasn't as harsh as before, but more serious. Han Yunshi was surprised. If she knew about this, then it looked like Grand Concubine Yi had spies in the palace as well. Yes, Han Yunshi replied honestly. Why did the Empress Dowager ask you to stay? Grand Concubine Yi asked again. If she hadn't heard the news, she wouldn't have stayed up in the middle of the night to wait for Han Yunshi's return. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with caution. Was Grand Concubine Yi suspecting something? This was a huge matter. If Grand Concubine Yi suspected something between her and the Empress Dowager, would she forgive her so easily? Han Yunshi's attitude didn't change, but her reply was cautious. The Empress Dowager has never asked anyone to stay for dinner in the palace. She said Chenxia was rewarded for treating the Crown Prince. Grand Concubine Yi's eyes flickered between light and darkness. The Empress Dowager had never asked anyone to stay for dinner in the palace. She might have asked this girl to stay for more than just a reward. Did she say something to this girl? Lady Tianxin had saved her, while this girl had saved her most precious grandson. What reason did she have to hate this girl? Moreover, this girl wasn't ugly anymore. She even had good medical skills. She was a useful talent. Thinking back, the Empress Dowager had betrothed her benefactor's woman to the Duke of Qin with ulterior motives, hadn't she? Thinking up to here, the shadows in Grand Concubine Yi's eyes grew even darker. She stared fixedly at Han Yunshi without a word. Han Yunshi assumed that she'd keep asking questions, but her heart grew flustered. Just what did Grand Concubine Yi mean? What did she want to do? Grand Concubine Yi stared at Han Yunshi for a long time before giving a cold, meaningful laugh. Then she flicked her sleeves and left. Her smile made Han Yunshi's hairs stand on end. She knew that her days wouldn't be peaceful in the end. Still, the battle-hardened Han Yunshi quickly adjusted her state of mind. Her gaze was calm and unperturbed. If Grand Concubine Yi wanted to investigate, then go ahead. She wasn't afraid. But before the investigation was over, it was best not to make trouble for her. Otherwise, she'd definitely fight back with all her might. As soon as Grand Concubine left, the guilty Murong Wanru exhaled silently. She feared nothing more than Mu Fei investigating the person who'd spread the rumors. Fortunately, Han Yunxi's meal at the Empress Dowager's had diverted Mu Fei's attention. From what she understood of Mu Fei, she'd definitely brood over the matter for a long time to come. She'd definitely investigate to the end. Han Yunxi, even if she cured the Crown Prince's strange illness, so what if she had the Emperor's support? The Emperor had 1,000 affairs to attend to every day and couldn't care less. Murong Wanru walked over with a lovely smile and coaxed, "Sister-in-law, Mu Fei is happy for you. But it's hard not to lose her temper after waiting so long. Don't take it to heart." Chapter 72. How could that be? Little Sister Wanru, take a look at these pieces of jewelry and pick a few that you like, Han Yunxi said generously. No, this is what His Majesty bestowed to sister-in-law, Murong Wanru quickly refused. It doesn't matter. There's so much that I can't use them all. Pick a few. Han Yunxi was very enthusiastic as she pulled Murong Wanru's hand over. Actually, Murong Wanru had long looked through the jewelry. Emperor Tianhui's gifts were all foreign tributes that couldn't be bought even if one had money. There were a few pieces that Murong Wanru liked very much. Seeing Han Yunxi so enthusiastic, she reluctantly picked them up. But Han Yunxi only said, "Me? I still want to find out who spread the news that I can treat illnesses and give some of these gifts to that person. In any case, she'll have some merit, won't she?" At these words, Murong Wanru's hand froze. "Little Sister Wanru, who do you think spread the rumors? She doesn't want to harm me but help me, right?" Han Yunxi asked seriously. No matter how well Murong Wanru pretended, her hands betrayed her. Han Yunxi was still holding her hand, but she withdrew it as if she'd been electrocuted. Han Yunxi saw this and smiled even more brilliantly. She pulled her hand down and said, "Little Sister Wanru, hurry and pick. No need to be polite." Murong Wanru had a guilty conscience as she forced herself to calm down. She said politely, No need. His Majesty, you can't give away the gifts that His Majesty bestows. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. You should go rest early. I'll go accompany Mu Fei." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't say anything else and fled in defeat. Han Yunxi watched her retreating form, a seed of hatred growing in her eyes. There weren't many people who knew so much inside information, and even fewer people who'd spread the rumors to benefit from it. Besides those in the palace, there was only this one in the estate. If it was the Empress who wanted her to treat the Crown Prince, she didn't need to go through so much trouble. Just a pillow talk would do. Therefore, Murong Wanru was the biggest suspect. It's her again, this time it's her again. White Lotus, this time your heart will be stifled. Next time, this princess will definitely pull out your fox tail. After angering Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru away, Han Yunxi had thoroughly vented her resentment. Looking at the large sum of rewards before her, her eyes curved into crescents. This feeling was like winning the lottery and becoming rich overnight. From now on, he wouldn't have to count money to live. She casually picked up an ingot of silver and threw it to the servant girl at the side. "Go find a few people to help me move these things to Hibiscus Courtyard." The maid caught the heavy silver in a panic. She was a little stunned. Did the Princess Consort really want to give her this much? After all, even Imperial Concubine Dowager might not be so generous. "Why aren't you going?" Han Yunxi frowned and asked. "Go, this servant will go right away." "Esteemed Wang Fei, please wait a moment." The servant girl was overjoyed and ran out with the silver. Very soon, the servant girl brought back 6 or 7 able-bodied men. These people usually looked at Han Yunxi with their eyes growing on top of their heads, but now they were all reverent and respectful. Esteemed Wang Fei this and that, they were all lackeys. Money could make the devil turn millstones. This was the absolute truth. The items were carefully delivered to the leisurely cloud pavilion in the hibiscus courtyard. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi was very generous and gave them an ingot of gold to divide among them. The servants had never seen gold more than a few times in their lives, so they couldn't believe it. They treated Han Yunshi with the respect of an old ancestor, and thanked her multiple times before leaving. "Mistress, that's gold, ah! It's enough for months of their wages." Little Chen Xiang huffed. "Little Chen Xiang, do you know the principles of poisoning?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. Little Chen Xiang shook her head. Han Yunshi smiled and said, "The poison has to be thorough. That kind of poison is the most difficult to detoxify once it reaches the internal organs. This is also the principle of buying people's hearts." Little Chen Xiang still shook her head, not understanding. Han Yunshi was helpless. "Do you think Murong Wanru can be so generous? Even if she's so generous, she's not as rich as Mistress." Little Chen Xiang pouted. In her eyes, Mistress was a rich woman. "That's the principle. So, from now on, this group of people will only side with me and not her." Han Yunshi smiled. People disperse when wealth is gathered. People gather when wealth is scattered. Han Yunshi thought that the news of her ingot of gold would soon spread among the servants of the Duke of Qin's manor. Let's see who would dare to be disrespectful to her. The skies were already dimly lit, but Han Yunshi didn't feel sleepy. Together with little Chen Xiang, she counted the silver and collected them at the same time. As the saying went, counting money until one's hands cramped up. When the sky was bright, they finally finished packing. Little Chen Xiang was exhausted and was about to go to the kitchens to make breakfast. Who knew that as soon as they left Hibiscus Garden, there would be servants holding a steaming hot breakfast waiting for them? In fact, little Chen Xiang didn't really understand the principles of Mistress, but when she saw the scene at the courtyard door, she instantly understood. It was great to have money. Han Yunshi ate something. Perhaps because she was too tired, she didn't have much appetite or sleepiness. It was just that she didn't have any energy. She pondered for a moment and let little Chen Xiang go to the bedchamber to take a look. "Mistress, His Highness Duke of Qin hasn't returned." Little Chen Xiang quickly came to report. Han Yunshi was immediately happy. She packed her things and prepared to go to the hot spring. Being so tired in the middle of winter, the best way was to soak in the hot spring. After she confirmed that there was really no one in the room, she let little Chen Xiang stand guard outside the door and went to the hot spring. Although Long Fei's pool was an indoor one, it was a natural one. The water was very soft, the temperature just right, and the depth was just right. As soon as Han Yunshi soaked herself in, her entire body and mind relaxed. She leaned against the side of the pool and raised her head, allowing the hot spring to wash her body. She enjoyed this leisurely moment. Soon, Han Yunshi drowsily fell asleep. A figure landed on the right wall of the bedchamber. The master had returned. Long Fei was just about to walk over when he saw little Chen Xiang sitting at the door in a daze. A trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes, but after thinking about it, he seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, he silently leaped onto the roof. This servant girl was at the door. Could it be that Han Yunshi was in the room? What was this woman doing in his territory? Long Fei's eyes flickered between light and darkness as he carefully pried open a tile. Unexpectedly, what greeted his eyes was a painting of a beautiful woman bathing in color and fragrance. Long Fei's icy gaze froze before he averted his eyes. But after a moment, he looked again and saw a mess of clothes by the side of the pool. The woman's fragrant shoulders were bare, her collarbones and jade-like neck faintly discernible in the steam, endlessly alluring. This woman, what gall! She actually ran to his place to soak in the hot spring. Long Fei's icy eyes grew even gloomier. It was obvious that he was very unhappy, but as time passed, he didn't look away. His gaze was cold and arrogant, as if he was admiring a work of art. Although he was clearly peeping, it didn't seem vulgar at all. Instead, it gave people the feeling that it was only natural. All right now, his handsome face and expression were a work of art that made people unable to take their eyes off him. Abruptly, a gust of wind blew in. Long Fei looked up and saw Chu Shifeng approaching. His eyes flashed with displeasure before he waved a hand to indicate for Chu Shifeng to stay away. Then he put the tile back in its place and personally went to the rear courtyard to meet the man. "Master, you..." Chu Shifeng was full of doubts. What was his master doing just then? Long Fei didn't reply. "How are things going?" To reply, "Master, it's very likely that the leader of the northernly spies is hiding in the capital. He's an expert in poisons." This subordinate interrogated a few survivors and found that their testimonies were the same. Their poisons all came from the same person, but they don't know who that person is, Chu Shifeng replied. Northernly had planted a group of spies in Tianning who were experts in poisons. Their goal was to poison Tianning's capable generals. If Han Yunshi hadn't discovered the hidden poison in the young general's body, Long Fei wouldn't have found this clue so quickly. He'd been busy these past few days working on this matter. Track down the source of the poison. Don't alarm the young general yet, Long Fei instructed. The poison in the young general's body was a slow-acting one that had been in place for at least a few years. It had to be someone by his side. If the young general's poisoning had something to do with the spies, then it meant that they'd been hiding in Tianning for years and had hidden themselves very deeply. Yes. Chu Shifeng respectfully obeyed. By the time Long Fei returned to the roof of his sleeping quarters, Han Yunshi had already emerged. This smart, stupid woman knew nothing of the situation. She was like a lotus flower in clear water, elegant and refined. Her pink face was filled with a satisfied smile as she chatted and laughed with little Chun Xiang as they walked back to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Idiot, when will she be on guard? Long Fei muttered to himself, extremely dissatisfied. Actually, Han Yunshi couldn't be blamed. She didn't know any martial arts, so how could she sense the movements around her so easily? Moreover, because of her profession, she had a strong ability to repel disturbances when she did things. She could basically ignore everything around her. After resting enough, Han Yunshi decided to take little Chun Xiang out for a stroll. First, she'd have silver to buy some things she'd wanted for a long time. Second, she wanted to take a look at the Han family's situation. It was already so late, so Han Kongan should have been convicted by now. The announcement should have been made by now. Emperor Tianhui wouldn't hide the truth, but deal with Han Kongan with great fanfare. This would tell the world that the Crown Prince's health was in good condition. But Han Yunshi never expected things to get so big. As soon as she reached the streets, she heard discussions everywhere. Notices were plastered all over the streets as well. Emperor Tianhui had charged Han Kongan with the crime of deceiving the monarch and plotting to murder the crown prince. Although he didn't explicitly state that Han Yunshi had saved the crown prince, the news had long spread through the upper circles. Han Yunshi sat in a private room as she listened to the discussions outside. The Han family's in chaos this morning. I heard that a few of the concubines got tired and ran away. Only Han Kongan was punished for such a serious crime. I think there's something fishy going on here. Qin Wangfei is the Han family's daughter of the first wife. I think it was Qin Wangfei who stepped forward to protect the Han family, right? I heard they'll be paraded through the streets in 3 days. Han Kongan was a famous doctor, but why do you think he wanted to murder the crown prince? There's no reason. It's hard to explain the imperial family's affairs clearly, really hard to explain. Han Yunshi listened calmly. She didn't care about any of this. She thought that since they'll be paraded through the streets in 3 days, she should visit her father in prison and ask about her mother's difficult labor. Han Yunshi had asked around before, but she hadn't heard anything about her mother's fetal position being out of place or any other illness. How could she have a difficult labor? Mother was a doctor herself, so she should know her own body best. Han Yunshi couldn't help but feel that there was something fishy going on here. The one who should know the truth the best was her husband, Han Kongan. Most importantly, where did the poison scar on her face come from? If she was born with it, then it was obvious that someone wanted to kill her while she was still in her mother's womb. This matter needed to be investigated thoroughly. In the afternoon, Han Yunshi had little Chen Xiang bring back the things she bought while she went to the prisons. Chapter 73. Han Kongan was a prisoner on death row and couldn't be visited. However, Han Yunshi's identity was special and she was the Crown Prince's savior. Although this matter wasn't made public, the Supreme Court's Chancellor still knew about it. He had already instructed that they must let Han Yunshi in. The jailers who lynched her last time were all scared and hid, afraid of being recognized. The jailer who led the way reported in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, Han Kongan has been shouting since last night. He said he wants to see you. And you can leave first. I'll call you if there's anything," Han Yunshi said indifferently. It wasn't strange that Han Kongan wanted to see her. It was nothing more than asking her to save his life. Han Yunshi couldn't understand this kind of person. He clearly knew that they were enemies, so why ask for it? Couldn't he have some backbone if he didn't get what he asked for? When Han Kongan saw Han Yunshi coming over, he pounced over in surprise. Fortunately, there were iron bars blocking him. In just one night and half a day, Han Kongan was already unrecognizable. His hair was disheveled and his prison clothes were disheveled. It was obvious that he had been tortured. How could someone who entered the imperial prison not be tortured? Han Yunshi had experienced it herself. "Daughter, you're finally here. Father knew that you would come. Daddy knows that you won't abandon Daddy." Han Kongan's voice was choked in his throat. His eyes were sunken and red, making him look like a pitiful old man. Those who didn't know would think that Han Yunshi, this unfilial daughter, had abandoned him. Cold, Han Yunshi looked at him. She leaned against the wall and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Han Kongan's eyes turned red again. He hugged the iron bars and slowly slid down to sit down. "Daughter, you're the only one who can save your father now. Daddy is counting on you. Say something, won't you?" Han Kongan's eyes were filled with deep hope. His voice was old and sorrowful, but Han Yunshi was indifferent. She coldly examined him. When Han Kongan saw her cold eyes, he slightly stiffened and suddenly fell silent. He looked at her deeply with sorrowful eyes, looking extremely miserable. "Han Kongan, you've finally remembered that I'm your daughter," Han Yunshi finally spoke up, her face full of ridicule. In his memory, when had this father ever called him daughter? Han Yunshi pursed his lips and touched his old face. He shook his head repeatedly and muttered to himself as if he was very regretful. However, Han Yunshi didn't hear what he said clearly. Soon, Han Kongan raised his head again. He hugged the iron bars and said emotionally, "Daughter, Daddy knows his mistake. Daddy is already so old. Can you forgive Daddy? Take it as Father begging you." "Why?" Han Yunshi said coldly. It was ridiculous for the child to ask for forgiveness after he had grown up. "Yunshi, for better or worse, I'm still your father. Are you willing to watch as your father is paraded through the streets? Father can't afford to lose face like this. Only you can save Daddy now. Just take it as Daddy begging you, begging you, begging you. For the sake of your dead mother, save Daddy this one time." It would have been better if Han Kongan hadn't said these words, because once he did, Han Yunshi's temper flared up. She impatiently cut him off. "Divine Dr. Han, you think too highly of me. You've already been sentenced to death. I don't have that much face on my own. No. You've saved His Highness the Crown Prince's life, so the Emperor will definitely listen to you. Daughter, you've even saved the Han clan's 3 generations. Save Daddy too. His Majesty will definitely listen to you. You're a meritorious official now. Why don't you go beg the Duke of Qin? His Majesty will listen to his words." Han Kongan seemed to be grasping at his last life-saving straw as he spoke and begged with all his might. Yunshi, as long as you save Daddy, Daddy will agree to anything. But the more he acted like this, the more Han Yunshi loathed him. You'll agree to anything, right? She asked with a cold smile. Han Kongan hastily nodded, looking extremely pitiful. Very good. Then tell me, how did my mother die? Han Yunshi coldly asked. This was the sole purpose of her trip here. Who knew that Han Kongan's pleas would come to an abrupt end at these words? Han Yunshi didn't miss the complicated look in his eyes as she asked, My mother died from dystocia. Are there any witnesses? Were there any attempts to save her? Han Yunshi's blunt and incisive question made Han Kongan's cloudy and sorrowful eyes clear up in an instant. He thought that Han Yunshi and his mother would definitely be soft-hearted and easy to talk things over. As long as he begged properly, this girl would still be soft-hearted and save him. But he never expected that she'd come for this matter. Seeing the change in Han Kongan's expression, Han Yunshi's lips rose into a cold smile. She knew that her suspicions were correct. What, are you surprised that I would ask this? Han Yunshi's voice contained suppressed anger. She thought that if the truth was as she guessed, that Han Kongan was jealous of her mother's medical talent and didn't save her, causing her mother's death, then before this man died, she would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, the situation was completely out of Han Yunshi's expectations. Han Kongan looked at Han Yunshi and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that I, Han Kongan, would have such a day, ah ha ha ha. Han Yunshi frowned as she looked at him. She couldn't understand why the man who was begging her just a moment ago would laugh so bleakly at this moment. Facing her questioning, shouldn't he have a guilty conscience and be afraid? Could it be that the truth wasn't what she thought? Are you going to speak or not? Han Yunshi didn't have that much patience. Han Yunshi, are you sure you won't save father? Han Kongan suddenly became serious, his tone revealing a hint of threat. This time, Han Yunshi realized that this old thing had been acting all along, acting pitiful to gain sympathy. Han Yunshi immediately stood up and warned him coldly, Don't even think about it. You can choose not to speak, but let me tell you, I have ways to make you speak. If I tell you and you save my life, I'll tell you the truth. Are you willing? Han Kongan also stood up. He changed his old and flustered look and became calm and full of confidence. You already have no right to talk terms with me, Han Yunshi said angrily. Yes, you will definitely be very interested in the truth that I know. That's the agreement between Madame Tianxin and I. Han Kongan deliberately lowered his voice and was full of mystery. Once he said this, Han Yunshi was shocked. Han Kongan actually called her mother Madame Tianxin. No matter how she listened to his tone, it didn't seem like he was talking about his wife. Looking at Han Yunshi's expression, a hint of jealousy flashed across Han Kongan's eyes. Why was Han Yunshi so smart and the bunch of useless people in the Han family so stupid? Why didn't he have a daughter like her? What exactly is going on? Han Yunshi became more and more uneasy. However, Han Kongan was calm and composed. As long as you promise to save my life, I'll definitely tell you. If you don't tell me, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Han Yunshi's eyes narrowed into a straight line, her whole body was filled with a dangerous aura. However, the bargaining chips in Han Kongan's hands were too heavy. He wasn't afraid. Besides, he was the head of the family. How many big scenes had he not seen and how many things had he not experienced? How could he compromise so easily? Come at me. After all, old man is also a person who is about to die. It'll only be 3 days before he suffers a fate worse than death. Han Kongan laughed coldly. You. Han Yunshi stepped forward and closed in. Han Kongan didn't retreat. His expression was calm. If you don't believe me, you can try. This old thing. Han Yunshi drew back, her hands clenched into fists in her sleeve. Fine, I promise you. Just you wait. So speaking, she didn't even spare Han Kongan a glance before turning to leave. For the sake of finding out the truth, she could only agree to Han Kongan's request. She didn't dare to take the risk. If Han Kongan didn't tell her, then she'd never know the truth. However, she only promised to save his life, not to get him out of the prison cell. As soon as she left the prison, Han Yunshi went straight to the palace. She didn't see Emperor Tianhui, but the crown prince. Last time, Emperor Tianhui had already been extremely unwilling to yield. If she begged him again, she might not get anything. Instead, it'd only make him feel disgusted. As for Long Feiyi, Han Yunshi didn't even dare to think about it. She could only go find the crown prince. She used the excuse of examining his wounds to see him. There was no need to report her arrival, but a eunuch respectfully led her all the way to the eastern palace. Gu Beiwei had just left, so the two of them didn't bump into each other. Long Tianma was surprised to see Han Yunshi here. That day, Han Yunshi had given Gu Beiwei the job of changing the bandages with detailed instructions. Long Tianma thought she wouldn't come. Long Tianma had disdained Han Yunshi's ugly features in the past. Even though Imperial Grandmother had decreed the marriage, he still felt that marrying Han Yunshi was too much of an injustice for Imperial Uncle Qin. But now he felt gratitude and admiration for her from the bottom of his heart. Unlike the Empress Dowager and Empress, he didn't have any grudges with Grand Concubine Yi and Han Yunshi. Although he knew his imperial father was on guard against the Duke of Qin, he also knew that his father hoped he'd gain the man's support. Thus, he was more than happy to get on good terms with Qin Wangfei. Imperial Aunt, I've troubled you to come personally. It's been hard on you. Long Tianma was very polite. Although they were about the same age, there was still respect between them. Han Yunshi didn't examine his wounds, but only his pulse. You've recovered well. It looks like you'll be able to get off the bed in 2 or 3 days. This is all thanks to Imperial Aunt's formidable skills. Long Tianma was very polite. Although Han Yunshi didn't know whether Long Tianma's heart was black or white, his manners on the surface were much better than Princess Chongping's. Such self-cultivation was worthy of being the heir apparent. After a round of pleasantries, Han Yunshi probed, Crown Prince, you've finally recovered from your illness. Does His Majesty plan to grant amnesty to the world? Long Tianma was a smart man. As soon as he heard Han Yunshi's words, a complicated look flitted past his eyes. After some hesitation, he replied, I've never heard Imperial Father mention it. Then does Crown Prince have such a plan? Han Yunshi probed again. At this point, Long Tianma was basically certain that Han Yunshi had come to ask for a favor. He smiled and said straightforwardly, Could it be that Imperial Aunt has someone you want to pardon? Not expecting Long Tianma to be so direct, Han Yunshi felt embarrassed. She also smiled. Crown Prince is truly a smart man. Imperial Aunt praises me too much. If there's anything, there's no harm in Imperial Aunt saying it directly, Long Tianma said seriously. My father, Han Kongan, has been sentenced to death. 3 days later, he will be paraded through the streets and beheaded at noon. Han Yunshi said, then sighed softly. Although he deserved to die, no matter what, he's still my father. As his daughter, I can't just watch him die. A lifetime of imprisonment is better than death. Han Yunshi purposely emphasized the last part. At this point, Long Tianma immediately understood what she meant. Actually, even if Han Yunshi didn't say it, he could guess that Han Yunshi wanted to grant amnesty to the world because she wanted to save her father. However, as long as she asked Imperial Uncle Qin, and Imperial Uncle Qin suggested it to Imperial Father would definitely agree. He didn't expect that she didn't go to Imperial Uncle Qin, but came to him instead. This was interesting. Chapter 74. Looking at Han Yunshi, Long Tianma didn't quite understand, but he wouldn't refuse to help. Although Imperial Father had bestowed rewards upon him, he owed Han Yunshi a debt of gratitude for saving his life. He was planning to find a chance to repay her as well. Moreover, a general amnesty was an excellent reason to win over the hearts of the people. After so many years of seclusion, he'd have to make his first move. Long Tianma nodded and said, "This crown prince's illness has been cured. Granting amnesty is a good idea. Imperial Aunt, you can go back first. When Imperial Father comes later, I will report this matter." Although she knew that Long Tianma would agree, she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Han Yunshi was overjoyed and looked at this crown prince in a new light. Before leaving, Long Tianma called out to her, "Imperial Aunt, when you see Imperial Uncle, please send my regards. Tell him that after I recover, I will go and see him." Han Yunshi nodded. From what she knew, Long Feiyi and the other princes, including the crown prince, weren't very close. Long Tianma's actions were obviously to curry favor with Long Feiyi. However, although his illness had been cured, Long Feiyi didn't come to see him. It was really disappointing. Of course, Han Yunshi couldn't care so much. Her heart was filled with Han Konggen's matter. Han Yunshi didn't go out after returning to the Duke of Qin's residence. She kept waiting for news and occasionally let Chen Xiang go out to ask around. Unexpectedly, it was already the afternoon of the second day, and the notices on the streets were still there. The streets were still full of discussions. It was said that several branches of the Han family had gone to visit Han Konggen in prison, but they couldn't see him. When they came back, they fought over the family property. Although Long Tianma's appearance had a high chance of success, Han Yunshi was still nervous when she didn't get a definite answer. After all, time was tight. At night, Han Yunshi stood by the window and looked at the capital's night sky with a frown. Tomorrow was the last day. What was the situation with Long Tianma? What was the truth behind Madame Tianxin's difficult labor? What secrets were there between Lady Tianxin and Han Konggen? That night, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. However, good news came the next morning. Chen Xiang knocked on the door while shouting, "Mistress, mistress, His Majesty has issued a general amnesty early in the morning. Except for the crime of rebellion, all capital crimes have been changed to permanent imprisonment." He said that the Crown Prince personally requested for this. Han Yunshi almost jumped out of bed. After washing up and getting dressed, she didn't even have time to eat and immediately ran to the prison. The Universal Amnesty Order had just been issued, and the news spread the fastest in the imperial prison. Han Konggen heard a lot of discussions from afar, and even saw a few prisoners on death row being escorted out of their cells. "I heard that it was the Crown Prince who proposed a general amnesty. This time, we can be considered to have the Crown Prince's blessing." "That's right, we'll be able to get out soon, right? Look, those death row prisoners have been taken away. They're probably going to let them go. It will be our turn soon." The sounds of discussion filled the entire prison cell. Han Konggen leaned against the metal door to listen, his cloudy eyes brightening. He sighed in admiration in his heart. Why didn't he realize that Han Yunshi was so smart? She didn't beg Emperor Tianhui, but the Crown Prince instead. She actually came up with the idea of a general amnesty. Was this really the same Han Yunshi from before? He always felt that this daughter couldn't compare to her mother, but now his opinion was shaken. Very soon, Han Yunshi arrived. Han Konggen's gaze on her changed slightly. "Daughter, you're really smart. Looks like you know about His Majesty's general amnesty." Han Yunshi was in a bad mood. "You should take your father out of the death row prison by now, right?" Han Konggen's mental state was clearly much better. Although he was in a sorry state, he stood ramrod straight and had quite the bearing. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with ridicule before she asked coldly, "Then when are you planning to tell me the truth? At the very least, let your father leave this place first." Han Konggen was very firm. Most doctors were misophobic, so he hated the rotting stench of death in this death row prison cell. Han Yunshi's mocking smile widened. If Han Konggen thought he could reach for a yard after getting an inch, then he was gravely mistaken. She narrowed her eyes and warned coldly, Han Kongan, you can't die now. Do you believe that I can make you live a life worse than death every single day? Now that Han Kongan had been spared from death, he was no longer a barefooted man. How could he not fear Han Yunshi's threat? Seeing Han Yunshi's dangerous expression, Han Kongan was a little unhappy, but he stopped while he was ahead. He pointed at the foot of the wall, indicating that Han Yunshi should sit down and talk. Han Yunshi did the same as last time and leaned against the wall, her eyes cold as she stared straight at Han Kongan. Seeing that she was on guard, Han Kongan sat down and sighed. Don't worry, I won't lie to you at a time like this. Cut the crap. Answer my question. How did my mother die? Han Yunshi said coldly. Han Kongan did not answer her question, but the words he said almost made Han Yunshi's heart stop beating. It was too unexpected. He said, Han Yunshi, I can tell you very clearly that I, Han Kongan, am not your biological father. What? Han Yunshi could not believe her ears. She was extremely shocked, and her eyes unconsciously widened. Seeing Han Yunshi's shock, Han Kongan's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of sadness. Everyone knew that he had never fulfilled his duty as a father to this daughter, but no one knew how much he wished that this daughter was his own flesh and blood deep in his heart. It was not only because Han Yunshi had made a fortune that he wished so. Back when Han Yunshi was still in her mother's womb, he had been hoping so. Unfortunately, he wasn't worthy of that woman. Han Yunshi recovered from her shock and suddenly grew angry. Han Kongan, you're lying. Lady Tianxin was a legend. She was brimming with talent and a benevolent doctor. How could she be a fickle woman? How could she have an illegitimate daughter? Moreover, Han Yunshi would never believe that a man like Han Kongan could tolerate an extramarital affair and raise someone else's child. I'm not lying to you. I have proof. Han Kongan was very calm. Leaving aside Han Yunshi, even anyone in Tianning's capital who had heard of Lady Tianxin's deeds wouldn't believe this. Still, this was absolutely true. Otherwise, Han Yunshi was still the Han family's daughter of the first wife and the Duke of Qin's fiancée. Why wouldn't he treat a small poison scar on her face? What proof? Han Yunshi asked anxiously. Promise me one thing and I'll tell you everything. Han Kongan was very serious. It wasn't a threat, but a kind of determination. But the agitated Han Yunshi ignored the determination in his eyes and shot to her feet. Don't even think about it. I've already saved your life. What other chips do you have to talk terms with me? No matter what, Han Yunshi refused to believe that Lady Tianxin would cheat. If she really was an illegitimate daughter, then it had to be Han Kongan who'd let Lady Tianxin down. Han Yunshi was already furious at this point. Han Kongan's conditions had no doubt infuriated her. But in the face of such a furious Han Yunshi, Han Kongan was very calm. Han Yunshi, listen to me first before you answer me. It won't be too late. As he spoke, he took out a bunch of keys from his sleeves and passed them through the metal bars to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was slightly shocked. She recognized this key. It was the storehouse key. It was the symbol of the head of the family. In the storehouse, not only did it store the Han family's assets, it also stored two important things. One was the Han family's precious medicinal herbs, and the other was the Han family medical codex. Every medical family would have their own medical codex that recorded secret prescriptions and secret books. It was passed down from generation to generation and only passed down to the heir of the family head. The Han family medical codex was the family treasure of the Han family. Obtaining these things was equivalent to obtaining the entire Han family. Although the Han family's reputation had been ruined because of Han Kongan's imprisonment, the foundation of the Han family was still there. Not to mention other things, just the medical skills recorded in the Han family medical codex was enough to create a new generation of famous doctors. Looking at the key in front of her, Han Yunshi didn't move. Was Han Kongan planning to give the storehouse key to her? That wasn't possible. Not to mention that she wasn't of the Han family's bloodline. Even if she was already a married daughter. She didn't have the right to inherit the position of the head of the Han family. What kind of condition was Han Kongan offering? Han Yunshi took a step back and distanced herself from the key. Coldly, she asked, "What do you mean? Promise me that you'll do your best to support the new head of the family and revive the Han family." "Everything will be for the sake of the Han family," Han Kongan said word by word. His bloodshot eyes shone with a determined light. Revive the Han family? Han Yunshi was very surprised. She originally thought that Han Kongan would threaten her to get him out of prison. She didn't expect him to propose such a condition. Not for himself, but for the Han family. Han Yunshi had always been filled with disappointment and disdain for this father. In her impression, this old thing was a selfish person. However, at this moment she saw that he was righteous. However, Han Yunshi didn't understand. Why did he want her to do her best to realize his righteousness and put the Han family first? Had the Han family done anything for her? Had they given her anything? That was just a place that carried her painful memories. What right did he have to ask her to risk and sacrifice herself for the Han family? Moreover, according to what Han Kongan said, she and the Han family didn't even have any blood relations. Seeing the determination in Han Kongan's eyes, Han Yunshi's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You seem to be very confident that I will agree to your request. Because other than me, no one else in this world knows about your mother, including your biological father." Han Kongan's tone was firm. "I've already said that even your life is mine. You don't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with me," Han Yunshi said coldly. However, Han Kongan laughed. "If the Han family is defeated by the old man, what use does the old man have for his life? The old man can only kill himself to repay his ancestors." Han Yunshi didn't take it to heart. In her opinion, Han Kongan didn't have the courage to kill himself. However, who knew that after Han Kongan said that, he actually turned around and slammed into the wall at the side. Seeing this, Han Yunshi was immediately shocked. No! If Han Kongan really died, all her efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Where would she go to find the truth? However, Han Yunshi's "no" didn't stop Han Kongan. He was serious. His head was already bleeding from the impact, but he still wanted to continue slamming into the wall. Han Yunshi was shocked. It seemed that she had misjudged this old thing. The mission of the family was deeply ingrained in his heart. "Okay, I promise you," Han Yunshi said loudly. Chapter 75. What a stubborn fellow. At Han Yunshi's shout, Han Kongan stopped. But as soon as he turned to look, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Han Yunshi was shocked and quickly called for the jailer to open the door. Han Yunshi went in to take a look and heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Han Kongan's old bones were strong enough. He only had a superficial wound and fell because he was dizzy. He didn't have a concussion. He collapsed on the ground with his eyes closed. He didn't really faint. Han Yunshi signaled for the jailer to leave. She sat down beside Han Kongan. Since she had promised him, she could ask him after he had rested enough. Although Han Kongan wasn't seriously injured, he was still very dizzy. After all, he had been tormented here for a few days and nights. Han Yunshi waited patiently at the side, pondering the relationship between Madame Tianxin and Han Kongan. Who was her biological father? Did Madame Tianxin die with her eyes wide open? Han Yunshi waited patiently, but Han Kongan was anxious. Although he was still dizzy, he asked anxiously, "Han Yunshi, you agreed? You really agreed?" Han Yunshi looked at him coldly and pursed her lip. She said unhappily, "Can you tell me the truth now?" However, Han Kongan wasn't in a hurry to tell her the truth. Instead, he lowered his head and sighed. "Han Yunshi, I'm old. This time, my reputation has been ruined. There's no one to carry on the Han family's medical skills. You know all my sons, none of them are capable, especially the eldest. Only the seventh is worth nurturing. It's a pity that he's young and can't take on the responsibility. You have to protect him. Han Yunshi didn't have so many thoughts at the moment. She urged him coldly, I understand. You can speak now. This time, Han Kongan took out a handkerchief. Han Yunshi knew that it was a woman's handkerchief with one look. The style was very old. Han Kongan unfolded the handkerchief. There were words written in blood on the handkerchief. Han Yunshi was shocked. She took a closer look and realized that it was an agreement. Heavens, this was an agreement between Madame Tianxin and Han Kongan. They were actually an agreement husband and wife. Han Yunshi, your mother and I, Lady Tianxin, are just husband and wife in name only. When she married me, she was already pregnant with you, Han Kongan said calmly. Why did you marry her? Han Yunshi was shocked and blurted out. She thought it was an affair after marriage, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Because. Han Kongan paused, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. Because her medical skills are superb, and she can help me become a director of the medical school. It's just a deal between us. If it wasn't for this agreement, Han Yunshi might not have believed it, but the evidence was right in front of her. She felt inexplicably nervous as she grit her teeth and asked, Why did she marry you? Where's my real father? However, Han Kongan sighed. I want to know too. What? Han Kongan didn't know either? Han Yunshi couldn't believe her ears. You didn't know anything and you dared to marry her? Daughter, not only do I not know who your father is, I don't know your mother's origins either. Your mother came to find me when she was a month pregnant and promised to help me become a candidate for a director of the medical school. I'd be able to become a director in less than 10 years. Her conditions were that I would marry her and give her a proper status, acknowledge you as my child, and give you a home. Han Kongan sighed again and again. How could he not be moved when faced with a woman as wondrous as Lady Tianxin? How could he not feel regret? He'd once probed and asked, but Lady Tianxin wouldn't say a thing. He'd even considered having Lady Tianxin abort the child in her womb and start over with him, but she'd heartlessly rejected him. After marrying Lady Tianxin, he discovered more and more that this woman's medical skills were exquisite. That Lady Tianxin had cured many cases that he'd been helpless against, and when she became the Han family's spokesperson in Tianning's capital city, he was jealous. Whether it was in terms of fame or medical skills, he couldn't tolerate his own wife surpassing him, even if this wife was only a contractual wife. He'd once madly investigated her origins, but hadn't found a single clue. Han Yunshi didn't understand and asked in bewilderment, Isn't my mother from Heezy County's Bailey clan? Han Yunshi had investigated all this, but Han Kongan only smiled and shook his head. I made up this identity for her. I spent some silver to bribe the Bailey clan in Heezy County. I've long investigated, but unfortunately, I didn't find a single clue. She, seems to have appeared out of thin air. Speaking up to here, Han Kongan's eyes revealed traces of helplessness and doting. Despite his jealousy, Han Kongan still harbored a trace of affection towards Lady Tianxin in his heart. Unfortunately, Lady Tianxin's identity was mysterious and her medical skills exquisite. In the end, he couldn't reach her. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She never expected things to turn out like this. Lady Tianxin's origins were so mysterious that even Han Kongan didn't know, so who else would? Lady Tianxin had been married to Han Kongan for less than a year before she died in childbirth. She didn't even have any friends in Tianning's capital city. Her name was Bailey Tianxin, but that was probably a fake name. So you didn't find out who my father was either? Han Yunshi muttered to herself. Han Kongan smiled helplessly. I'm the same as you. I really want to know. Just what kind of man could win Lady Tianxin's heart? That woman not only had exquisite medical skills, but was also intelligent and magnanimous. The late emperor had only met her once, but he'd praised her endlessly. Then why did she die in childbirth? Han Yunshi suddenly asked. Despite her surprise, She hadn't forgotten the question she was most concerned about. But Han Kongan only laughed disdainfully. Han Yunshi, what do you think the reason was? Let me tell you, your mother's intelligence far surpasses yours. She didn't even care about the concubines in my house. Moreover, do you think I wanted her to die? Han Kongan could tell that Han Yunshi was suspicious of him, but he only found her suspicions laughable. Han Yunshi, I have the least reason to kill your mother, Han Kongan said word by word seriously. Although he was jealous and hated the child in Lady Tianxin's womb who wasn't related to him by blood, Han Kongan wasn't so cruel as to kill her. Moreover, Lady Tianxin had promised to help him become a director of the medical academy. Her death would have the greatest impact on him and the Han family. I refuse to believe that she died in childbirth. There must be something wrong here. My mother was a doctor. Didn't she know her own body's condition? Han Yunshi asked angrily. Han Kongan had no reason to kill her mother, but she couldn't accept that she died in childbirth. As far as she knew, Lady Tianxin hadn't noticed anything strange before she gave birth. There must be nothing wrong with Lady Tianxin's body. If she died in childbirth, it must be a problem with the position of the fetus. Han Kongan looked at Han Yunshi for a while before he spoke. Han Yunshi, you're a peanut with a foot on the lotus. You're lucky enough to keep your life. His words confirmed Han Yunshi's suspicions. Although it sounded nice, it was actually very scary. It meant that the fetus was in the breech position. This meant that the fetus was born with its feet below. When it was born, its feet came out first. This situation could easily cause the fetus to lack oxygen and the mother to lose too much blood. In modern times, a caesarean section was necessary. Otherwise, no hospital would dare to deliver a child. In ancient times, medical conditions were very limited. Although there were exceptions, the midwives would always ask whether they wanted to save the mother or the child. Didn't my mother say anything before she gave birth? Han Yunshi questioned. Although it was very dangerous, Lady Tianxin was an exception. With Lady Tianxin's medical skills, she could have at least figured out the position of the fetus before giving birth. Once she knew that the position of the fetus was wrong, she could have used acupuncture to adjust it. Even if she didn't manage to adjust it in the end, she would have at least informed the midwife before she gave birth so that they could be prepared. However, Lady Tianxin didn't say anything before she gave birth. Giving birth was a big deal. How could she allow herself to be in danger? Han Yunshi's suspicions were actually things that Han Kongan couldn't understand. He shook his head. No, I asked her a few times. She said it was fine. Han Kongan remembered that the palace sent a midwife over in advance. However, he didn't hear what the midwife said. When she found out that the fetus was in the womb, the midwife was shocked. Han Yunshi shook her head repeatedly and said with certainty, "There must be a problem. Perhaps the problem lies with your mother." It's a pity. Han Kongan sighed. She had been gone for so many years. The answer to this riddle was probably going to be lost forever. Then what about the poison scar on my face? Han Yunshi asked again. If she didn't remember wrongly, she had this poison scar when she was born. That was poison. How could it be there when she wasn't born? Could it be that Lady Tianxin was drugged? Was it to kill Lady Tianxin? If that was the case, wouldn't she, the surviving child, be in danger? This was the only clue. Han Yunshi looked at Han Kongan anxiously. However, Han Kongan lowered his head. What's the matter? Han Yunshi was anxious. Han Kongan was silent for a moment before he lifted his head and said, "The poison scar on your face wasn't there when you were born. It was poisoned by old man." What? Han Yunshi flew into a rage. She didn't expect it to be like this. Han Kongan avoided Han Yunshi's furious gaze and said calmly, "Your mother is dead. What's the use of keeping you?" To him, Han Yunshi was just someone else's flesh and blood. She had nothing to do with him. However, a child like her was destined to be Qin Wangfei. Not only did he have to raise her, he had to love and pamper her as if she was his ancestor. If Lady Tianxin was still around, perhaps Han Kongan could tolerate it. However, Lady Tianxin was suddenly gone. How could Han Kongan tolerate it? Not only could he not tolerate it, but he also hated Han Yunxi. If it wasn't for this child, Lady Tianxin wouldn't have died. This child couldn't be killed or abandoned. His only way was to destroy her and her looks. He wouldn't allow her to study medicine. In this way, the Empress Dowager could only give up on her. Indeed, when the Empress Dowager found out that Han Yunxi was an ugly girl, she observed for a period of time. Then, when she found out that Han Yunxi didn't have any talent in medicine, although she didn't cancel the engagement, she lost all hope. After all, the Empress Dowager had hoped that Lady Tianxin could give birth to a woman as miraculous as Lady Tianxin. Because of the engagement, Han Kongan had always raised Han Yunxi as a servant. He even hoped that there would be a young miss in the estate to take Han Yunxi's place in the marriage. Unfortunately, he took on the Crown Prince's troublesome case and earned the Empress Dowager's hatred. He didn't dare to mention the matter of a substitute marriage anymore. Han Yunxi finally saw through Han Kongan. Cold amusement hung on her lips. Han Kongan, what's the use of keeping me? Do you dare say that you're a director of the medical academy without my mother's help? You hypocrite who bites the hand that feeds you. Although Lady Tianxin was dead, she still fulfilled her promise and made Han Kongan a director of the medical academy. It was because of this title that the Han family had reaped so many benefits over the years. Otherwise, with so many medical families in Tianing country, why would the Han family be the most outstanding? Han Yunxi stood up. She believed in Han Kongan's words today, but she still looked down on him. Doctors valued medical ethics above all else. However, if a person didn't even have the most basic morals, how could they talk about professional ethics? Seeing Han Yunxi's reaction, Han Kongan stood up in shock. Han Yunxi, I've told you everything I know. Do you want to go back on your word? Chapter 76. Go back on her word? Han Yunxi looked at Han Kongan coldly and leaned over to take the storehouse key from his hand. You're thinking too much. Since it was something she had agreed to, she naturally wouldn't go back on her word. Moreover, this matter wasn't a small matter. Saving the Han family and saving the 3 generations of the Han family had the same logic. There were at least 100 people in the Han family, and not all of them were evil people. There was no lack of kind and innocent people. Moreover, the Han family's medical skills needed to be passed down, and they needed to save more patients. Thinking back, the reason why Madame Tianxin chose Han Kongan wasn't because of Han Kongan, but because of the Han family. Han Yunxi wouldn't put this matter first, but she would try her best. Seeing that Han Yunxi had accepted the storehouse key, Han Kongan was much more relieved. He was also very clear that he had committed such a serious crime. Although he could avoid the death penalty, he couldn't escape punishment. He was afraid that he would have to stay in prison forever in this lifetime. Han Yunxi didn't want to talk to this person anymore and turned to leave. However, Han Kongan called out to her, Han Yunxi, wait. Han Yunxi stopped and didn't even turn back. What advice do you have for me? Han Yunxi, the Crown Prince's illness. Han Kongan paused for a moment before continuing in a firm tone. Old man firmly believes that his diagnosis wasn't wrong. Han Yunxi was slightly stunned and thought that although this fellow was abominable, his medical skills were still impressive. However, she didn't intend to reply and continued to walk forward. However, Han Kongan chased after her and blocked the door of the prison cell. The matter has already been settled. I just want to know the truth. Han Yunxi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Divine Dr. Han, think about it carefully. With your outstanding talent, I believe that you will understand very quickly. As Han Yunxi spoke, she pushed his hand away and strode out of the prison cell and personally locked the door. I don't understand. Han Kongan's voice was raised by a few decibels and he was very agitated. Han Yunxi looked indifferent. If you don't understand, then think about it carefully. After she finished speaking, she resolutely turned around and left. Not telling Han Kongan the truth could also be considered a form of punishment for him. Presumably, he would always be brooding over it. Han Yunshi didn't feel guilty. Han Kongan deserved all of this. If he had a grateful heart, he would have raised her like a daughter. Then, today, even if she had to risk her life, she would definitely save him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. And just now, she did not see any guilt in Han Kongan's eyes. Walking in the cold and deep corridor, Han Yunshi hugged her arms, lowered her head, and fell into deep thought. What was the truth behind his mother's death? Who was her father? So many years had passed. Where should she begin her investigation? Where should she begin her search in this vast sea of people? Why did Lady Tianxin get pregnant and marry someone else? Was it because of desperation, or was there no other choice? She was such a legendary woman who had stunned an entire generation after living in Tianning's capital for less than a year. Under what circumstances did she get pregnant without marriage? Or perhaps, she was already married before coming to the Han estate? Was her father still alive? Did he know of her existence? Many questions perplexed Han Yunshi. The more she knew, the more questions she had. In the end, she sighed and put away the storehouse key that symbolized the head of the Han family. If she had time, she should go take a look at the Han estate's old haunt. Of course, the Han estate was currently in chaos. Han Yunshi was in no mood to join in on the fun, so she decided to let those unkind and sinister madams fight amongst themselves first. After leaving the prisons, Han Yunshi was depressed. She wandered aimlessly through the streets until night fell before returning to the Duke of Qin's estate. When Emperor Tianhui issued a general amnesty, he also revealed the truth about the Crown Prince's strange illness. 3 days later, the Crown Prince returned to court to participate in court affairs. The Crown Prince was the heir apparent. Once he stepped out of the mountains, Tianning's court would be filled with turbulent undercurrents. Although Han Yunshi's success in curing the Crown Prince hadn't been made public, the news had long spread in the upper circles. There were more people who resented Han Yunshi than thanked Han Yunshi. Of course, most of them had a whole new level of respect for her. Han Yunshi didn't notice any of this. She spent the next few days cooped up in the hibiscus courtyard. Long Fei Yi hadn't returned for days. Grand Concubine Yi had probably been angered by her last visit, but she didn't come to make trouble. None of the servants dared to slight her, so Han Yunshi's days were better than before. But in the end, she was preoccupied with Lady Tianxin's affairs. Every time she asked about the Han family, she was told that so-and-so had gotten into a fight with so-and-so, or that so-and-so had run away again. Of course, the 3 madams of the Han family wouldn't run away. They fought until their heads bled for the position of head of house while trying to find ways to see Han Kongan. Unfortunately, they had no way to do so. Even if they used silver, they couldn't find him. Today, Han Yunshi was flipping through the introduction to Dragon Sky Medical Academy when little Chen Xiang came to report. "Mistress, I heard that someone from the medical academy went to the Han family and removed the head of the Han family from his position as a medical academy director. They also took away his command medallion." This was something she'd long expected. Han Yunshi had purposely flipped through the medical academy's introduction to look for clues. Perhaps Lady Tianxin had helped Han Kongan become a director because of her connections in the medical academy. Because of this matter, she went to the prison again. Helpless, Han Kongan actually said that Madame Tianxin had only taught him medical skills. After marrying him for less than a year, she died. The reason why he could become a director of the medical academy was mostly due to his own efforts. Han Yunshi was so angry that she didn't want to see him anymore. If she wanted to investigate the medical academy, she should be able to find Gu Beiwei to help her out. She assumed that Gu Beiwei was a busy man who needed to make an appointment in advance to see him. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi had someone deliver a letter to the Gu Beiwei in the morning, saying that Gu Beiwei could see her in the afternoon. The two of them arranged to meet at Tianning's capital city's largest tea house, Immortal Ming House. As soon as she saw Gu Beiwei, Han Yunxi was startled. She couldn't help but think of a line from a poem. The youth's face was like jade, whose family's young master was unparalleled. She didn't expect that Gu Beiwei would look so good after taking off his simple medical robes and revealing his spotless white robes. If not for the calm and indifferent look in his eyes, Han Yunxi would have suspected that she'd mistaken him for someone else. His white robes reflected off his snow-white skin, clean temperament, and otherworldly elegance. His gentleness was not feminine or feminine. Instead, it was indescribably masculine. It was like perfume. Once one smelled it, they would feel at ease and unforgettable. Han Yunxi had once joked that Gu Beiwei gave people the impression of a Buddha. Gu Beiwei had laughed and shook his head, saying that he wasn't fat. The woman's looks were enough to topple cities, while the man was handsome beyond compare. As soon as they entered the tea house, they attracted many gazes. Of course, no one knew their identities. The two of them had a tacit understanding to remain calm and composed, especially Gu Beiwei. Han Yunxi hesitated for a long time before hiding her identity. She only asked Gu Beiwei a few things about Cloud Realm Medical Academy before seriously asking about Han Konggen's experience as a director. From Gu Beiwei, Han Yunxi learned that the Medical Academy's director candidates were directly selected, while the directors were elected from among the candidates. 3 years after Lady Tianxin's death, Han Konggen was nominated as a director candidate because of his family's prestige and personal medical skills. 6 years later, he officially became a director. Lady Tianxin had promised him 10 years, and he really did become a director 10 years later. By the time he became a director, grandfather and I had already left the medical academy, so we don't know the details. But he was the youngest candidate in the medical academy's history, as well as the youngest director. Gu Beiwei paused for a while before adding, "The competition for the director position is very fierce. Even if you become a director candidate, there are plenty of people who can't get elected for 10 or 20 years, or even their entire lives." Although he didn't say it out loud, Han Yunxi understood that Han Konggen's medical skills were outstanding, but compared to other experts, he wasn't the most outstanding. There were too many directors in the medical academy, and they were all seniors who were over 100 years old. Even the candidates had many white hairs. Wasn't Han Konggen's path too smooth? Who were the people who promoted him back then? Han Yunxi asked again. Gu Beiwei could only shake his head. "This is a secret. I'm afraid even Han Konggen himself doesn't know." So that was the case. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of Han Konggen. Seeing her frown, Gu Beiwei's lips curled into a smile that no one noticed. He said mildly, "I'll try to get someone to investigate, but I might not be able to find anything." This fellow really had his ways. This time, Han Yunxi smiled. She tossed the teacup on the table and said cheerfully, "Then I'll thank you in advance. I'll definitely treat you to a drink another day." Gu Beiwei wasn't used to Han Yunxi's tone. He only felt that this wasn't like a Wang Fei. She didn't have any of the elegance and nobility that a proper Wang Fei should have. However, it was precisely this unpretentious free and easy attitude of hers that attracted him. Gu Beiwei thought that if Han Yunxi wasn't born in the Han family and wasn't a Qin Wang Fei, she would definitely be able to fly even higher. However, these were all hidden in his heart. He just smiled and agreed without saying anything. It was rare for them to meet outside, so the two sat until evening. Han Yunxi found that Gu Beiwei seemed to be very taciturn, but there wasn't any awkward silence when they chatted. They talked about medical skills, medicine, and many cases. Han Yunxi sometimes seriously pondered, and sometimes laughed loudly. However, Gu Beiwei always had a faint smile on his face, appearing especially refined. It wasn't until little Chen Xiang ran over to remind her that Han Yunxi realized that time had passed so quickly. The sky was almost dark. "Let's meet another day. I still need to ask you about that case. Han Yunshi's poison skills were exquisite, but her medical skills were lacking in many areas. The studious her grabbed onto Gu Beiwei and didn't want to let go. She wanted nothing more than to bring him home as a private tutor. Wang Fei Nyang, this is actually overstepping the rules. Gu Beiwei couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. After leaving the Duke of Qin's manor, the rules were all nonsense to Han Yunshi. The more magnanimous a person was, the less they were afraid of ambiguity. However, the more they cared, the more they had ulterior motives. A trace of craftiness flashed through her clear eyes as she said in a low voice, "On the 15th of every month, let's meet here. You're not Imperial Physician Gu, and I'm not Qin Wangfei. Let's travel together and compare our medical skills. How about it?" Compare their medical skills? This girl wanted to learn medicine from him. She wanted to learn medicine from him but didn't reveal her poison skills. Gu Beiwei saw through it with a glance, but didn't point it out. On the 15th of every month, they would forget each other's identities and talk about medicine. What a beautiful thing this was. Unfortunately, the gentle Gu Beiwei was always rational. He smiled warmly. Wang Fei Nyang really knows how to joke. It's late, let's go back. Gu Beiwei. Han Yunshi suddenly frowned. She thought he would agree, but she didn't expect this guy to refuse. Wang Fei Nyang, this subject can't leave the palace as he pleases. Let's go back. Gu Beiwei was still smiling. That smile seemed warm, but it contained a kind of firmness that made everyone unable to do anything about it. Han Yunshi was very unwilling, but she could only give up. She casually waved her hand as a farewell. Chapter 77. When she went downstairs, little Chen Xiang opened her mouth. "Mistress, you're confused." "What's wrong?" Han Yunshi lazily asked. "Mistress, you're Qin Wangfei, you." Little Chen Xiang had always thought that her mistress was very smart, but now she couldn't help but worry about her brain. She pulled her mistress's hand and whispered in her ear, "You're a married woman, and you're even a prince's official consort. If this matter reaches Qin Wang's ears, you'll be finished." Little Chen Xiang was a bit stupid, but she was still very sensitive on some matters. Han Yunshi helplessly rolled her eyes. Of course she understood these things. She wasn't meeting a lover in secret, but simply felt that Gu Beiwei was someone she could make friends with. She'd asked him out for a chat, that's all. Moreover, she wasn't here to amuse herself or flirt with him, but to ask him for help. Besides, she and Long Feiyi were only in name. Long Feiyi even hugged another woman in front of her, saved another woman, and abandoned her without a care for her. When she thought of Duanmu Yao's matter, Han Yunshi was still a bit unable to let it go. "Mistress, are you listening?" Little Chen Xiang was very serious. "I didn't do anything. Don't be so anxious, okay? You make it sound like I'm having an affair." Han Yunshi couldn't stand it anymore. Her relationship with Gu Beiwei was purely friendship. Unexpectedly, just as she was talking, her footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and she almost fell down. She saw a tall and proud figure enter the door. It was very familiar. Long Feiyi. Although he'd purposely tried to keep a low profile, Han Yunshi still recognized him at a glance. Han Yunshi, who was magnanimous just a moment ago, subconsciously turned around and ran upstairs. Little Chen Xiang followed. When they reached upstairs, she peeked down. Seeing that Long Feiyi didn't come up, she let out a big sigh of relief. Little Chen Xiang looked at her with astonishment. "Mistress, what are you guilty of?" There are too many people like you who would let their imaginations run wild. I'd better be careful." Han Yunshi made an excuse. In fact, her body reacted faster than her head. She also realized it later. Why did she run? Gu Beiwei hadn't left yet. Seeing this scene, he didn't go forward. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips, revealing a hint of helplessness. After Han Yunshi calmed down, she remembered that Gu Beiwei was still upstairs. However, when she turned around to look, he was gone. Where is he? Han Yunshi was puzzled. Little Chern Xiang helped to look around but did not see anyone. Mistress, that's not right. We obviously left first. There was only one staircase, and they had been guarding the staircase ever since they came back. How could Gu Beiwei go down first? Han Yunxi was suspicious. Finally, when she saw the staircase leading to the third floor, she didn't think much about it. She just assumed that Gu Beiwei went upstairs. However, she didn't know that Gu Beiwei was at the inn's entrance. He looked back at the second floor, smiled faintly, and turned around. His figure was like an illusion, disappearing all of a sudden. Since they had returned, Han Yunxi simply waited until Long Fei Yi left before she went downstairs. Along the way in the carriage, little Chern Xiang wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Han Yunxi pursed her lips and looked out of the window. The atmosphere between master and servant was particularly strange. Returning to Hibiscus Garden, she saw that the light in Long Fei Ye's bedroom was lit. Seeing her mistress look over, little Chern Xiang finally couldn't help but laugh. Who knew that once she started laughing, she couldn't stop? Han Yunxi flew into a rage out of humiliation and pinched her. You damn girl, what are you laughing at? Go back. Saying that, she left before little Chern Xiang left. That night, for some reason, Han Yunxi couldn't sleep. She wrapped herself in the quilt and leaned against the bed, staring blankly at the light in Long Fei Ye's bedroom. In fact, she had taken little Chern Xiang's reminder today to heart. Although she had married into the Duke of Qin's household for some time, she suddenly felt that she was already a married woman today. Although it was only in name, this name alone would bind her for the rest of her life. Long Fei Yi could remarry, but she could never remarry. As she thought about it, Han Yunxi suddenly shook her head. What was she thinking about? It was good enough that she could live peacefully. Why was she thinking so much? Han Yunxi didn't fall asleep until daybreak. She slept until the afternoon. A few days had passed. Although the Han family's matter was still being discussed on the streets, the limelight was no longer as great. Han Yunxi touched the storehouse key in her sleeve, thinking that it was time for her to make a trip to the Han family. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to leave, young General Mu Qingwu came to seek an audience. As soon as she saw Mu Qingwu, Han Yunxi teased, "Young General, I heard that Princess Chongping has been very busy recently?" After the injury on Princess Chongping's face healed, she was worried about being laughed at, so she used the excuse of avoiding the cold to play in the south. Otherwise, she really might have pestered Mu Qingwu all the way here. Mu Qingwu was a bit helpless. He smiled and avoided answering, but said seriously, "Qin Wangfei, this one came to hemming and hawing wasn't like this young general's style." What was it that he couldn't say when the words were already at his mouth? If young general has something to say, please say it. Han Yunxi was puzzled. For this guy to come to the Duke of Qin's residence to look for her, it should be something important. There is indeed something. It's about the 10,000 snake poison that I was afflicted with. Esteemed Wang Fei said that this is a slow-acting poison that accumulates over a long period of time. However, my father and I have investigated and still haven't found the person who poisoned me. So, today, I came to invite esteemed Wang Fei to the residence and military camp to take a look. Although Mu Qingwu was a magnanimous military general, when it came to asking for help, he instantly turned into a shy boy. He had a guilty conscience. Firstly, one wouldn't visit a temple without a cause. Secondly, he had already told Han Yunxi to speak up if she needed anything. Now that he hadn't helped Han Yunxi with anything, he had instead come to cause trouble for her. So it was because of this. Han Yunxi didn't think much of it. Actually, she had thought about this matter before. After all, the 10,000 snake poison wasn't an easy poison to use. It was just that she had been so busy recently that she had forgotten about it. After hesitating for a moment, Han Yunxi asked, "How did you investigate?" "We interrogated the kitchens, personal maidservants, and attendants." Mu Qingwu answered truthfully. Mu Qingwu's life was very simple. If it wasn't at home, it was at the military camp. The only people who could get close to him and poison him were these people. Although interrogation wasn't the best method, it was still a method of investigation. In terms of personnel in the residence and the military camp, have there been any changes recently? Han Yunshi asked again. The news that she had cured Mu Qingwu's poison had long spread. Moreover, she had interrogated the servants in the great general's residence. The person who had poisoned him would definitely be wary and take action. None of them, so. Mu Qingwu really wanted to tell Han Yunshi that the Duke of Qin had also asked about this matter. However, the Duke of Qin had said that it must be kept a secret. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say it. So I can only ask for your help. I'm not a great detective. Han Yunshi smiled helplessly. It was already very embarrassing to come to their doorstep and ask for help. When Han Yunshi said this, Mu Qingwu didn't know what to say. He scratched his head, his emotions written all over his face. Looking at him acting like a big boy, Han Yunshi couldn't help but imagine him bravely killing enemies on the battlefield. She couldn't help but feel that the contrast was too great. Han Yunshi could only open her mouth to break his awkwardness. She asked, "Then what exactly do you want me to do by asking me to go?" She really wasn't a great detective. The poison had already been administered and now it had been cured. Even if she went, she wouldn't be able to use her skills. 10,000 snake poison is a rare poison. You are much more familiar with it than we are. Perhaps you can find some clues. Mu Qingwu answered seriously. Actually, coming to find Han Yunshi could be considered their last attempt. However, these words seemed to have reminded Han Yunshi of something. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. After pondering for a while, Han Yunshi didn't ask any more questions. She quickly agreed and seriously said, "How about this? I'll go to the manor first thing tomorrow morning to take a look. Just treat it as me coming for a visit. Don't make a fuss so as to avoid alerting the enemy." Han Yunshi felt that it wasn't easy to poison someone in the military. If they wanted to find clues, they would have to go to the general's manor. After all, the people in the manor were much more complicated than the soldiers in the barrack. Hearing this, Mu Qingwu was immediately overjoyed. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. He was very serious. "Many thanks, Princess Consort. If there is a need in the future, I ask that Princess Consort." Before he could finish speaking, Han Yunshi helplessly cut him off. "Young general, if you keep saying this, you're treating me like an outsider. Could it be that you want to make a deal with me?" He had already said this the last time he came back. Mu Qingwu had never begged anyone before in his life. In a moment of awkwardness, he quickly bowed. "Qin Wangfei, this official definitely didn't mean it that way. Only, sorry to trouble Qin Wangfei." The more Han Yunshi looked at him, the more she found him amusing. She didn't have any intention of befriending Mu Qingwu, but since he had come knocking on her door, this kind of friendship was still possible. After all, the general's manor was not a small power in the court. In this era where one's birth was greater than the heavens and one's birth determined one's fate, her maiden family was already like that. She should at least find some friends for herself and find some backing. After Mu Qingwu left, Han Yunshi thought of his serious words. If there is a need in the future, please ask, and couldn't help smiling. She didn't take these words to heart, but Mu Qingwu would use his entire life to fulfill this promise. Of course, this was a story for another time. The next day, early in the morning, Rong Jing brought Chen Xiang to the General Mu's manor. Han Yunshi directly went to Mu Qingwu's courtyard. General Mu was also specially waiting for her. "Qin Wangfei, the person who poisoned us must be a traitor." General Mu's mood was very solemn. If it wasn't for the fact that the 10,000 snake poison was triggered by the young general's poison, the person who poisoned us would have to wait a few more years for the poison to take effect. Han Yunshi said indifferently. In order to find the person who poisoned us, there were two aspects to consider. One was the method of poisoning and the poison's effect, and the other was the source of the poison. Let's talk about the first aspect first, the method of poisoning and the poison's effect. Although the 10,000 snake poison was highly toxic, it was also a slow-acting poison. The reason why it was highly toxic was because once it took effect, one would definitely lose their life within 2 hours. The reason why it was a slow-acting poison was because the 10,000 snake poison had to be hidden in the body for many years, bit by bit, before it would take effect. Therefore, the person who was able to poison us bit by bit over the years was definitely someone who frequently came into contact with Mu Qingwu. Mu Qingwu took out a list of names. Qin Wangfei, take a look. The names of the servants in the manor who can get close to me are all here. Everyone has been interrogated, and they are all still locked up. General Mu and his late wife were deeply in love and didn't have any concubines. Therefore, excluding General Mu and Mu Luiyue, the only people who could get close to Mu Qingwu were the servants. Han Yunxi skimmed through the list and found that there weren't many people. Including the people in the kitchens, there were only 7 or 8. Chapter 78. Han Yunxi had never interrogated anyone before. Since General Mu had already interrogated him, she thought that it would be useless for her to interrogate him again. Since she was sure that he was a traitor, she could only find evidence. Glancing at the name list in her hand, Han Yunxi said indifferently, "Let's go. I'll search around first. Perhaps there will be some clues." As long as there were remnants of the poison in the general's manor, she would definitely be able to find it. Han Yunxi first checked everything in Mu Qingwu's room, including a few cans of tea leaves sent over from the military camp. Following that, General Mu and Mu Qingwu led the way. They first went to the kitchens. All of the meals in the general's manor came from there, so this place was the most suspicious. General Mu and Mu Qingwu originally thought that Han Yunxi would search for a long time. They did not expect that she would only walk around the kitchens once before walking out. "No," Han Yunxi said indifferently. "Qin Wangfei, are you sure?" General Mu's face was full of suspicion. 100% sure. "Let's go to the water room." Han Yunxi was very confident. Although it was inconceivable, after seeing Han Yunxi's detoxification skills, General Mu had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Mu Qingwu basically did not suspect Han Yunxi. If asked why, he could only say that he would not suspect someone who had saved his life. The water room was as important as the kitchens. Han Yunxi activated the scanning system and walked around. She even carefully checked the 3 wells in the courtyard. Unfortunately, she did not find anything in the water room. Following that, they searched the residences and personal belongings of the suspects on the name list. After going through all the rooms, Han Yunxi was about to leave when she saw Mu Luiyue walking over. She looked coldly at Han Yunxi, a disdainful smile on her lips. "Impudent, don't you know how to greet Qin Wangfei? What are you waiting for?" The general reprimanded. Mu Luiyue reluctantly saluted. However, the sarcasm on her lips did not weaken. Instead, it became more obvious. Han Yunxi came to investigate the mole who poisoned her. She found it ridiculous when she knew about it. This woman was only skilled in medicine. So what if she had saved her brother and the crown prince? After being praised by others, did she really think that she was very powerful and knew everything? Mu Luiyue was supposed to go out today. Once she knew that Han Yunxi was coming, she specially waited for her. "Qin Wangfei, you are so powerful. You must have found some clues, right?" Mu Luiyue asked with a cold smile. They didn't find anything in the kitchen and the water room, and now only this side yard was left. Although Mu Luiyue's tone was a little harsh, General Mu and young master also wanted to know the result. Mu Qingwu fiercely glared at Mu Luiyue before turning to Han Yunxi and saying, "Princess Consort, how is it?" "Nothing." Han Yunxi was very calm. She only said that she would search first. She didn't promise that she would find any clues. If there wasn't anything, then there wasn't anything. What was there to be embarrassed about? However, Mu Luiyue chuckled and immediately covered her mouth. Qin Wangfei, I'm not laughing at you. Don't misunderstand. Han Yunxi's lips curled into a cold smile. She didn't even look at her. She didn't care and walked out. The moment she walked out, Mu Qingwu grabbed Mu Liyue's wrist and sternly said, "Stinky girl, that's enough. There's nothing for you to do here. Go back to where you came from." Mu Liyue fiercely flung his hand away and deliberately shouted outside, "What, you don't even allow people to laugh? If you have the ability, then convince people wholeheartedly. If you don't have the ability, then why are you showing off?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Qingwu covered her mouth. Unexpectedly, Mu Liyue bit Mu Qingwu's hand and pushed him away. She continued to shout, "If you don't have the ability, then why are you afraid of people talking about you?" Although Han Yunxi had already walked far away, she still heard these words. General Mu, who was accompanying her, turned green. He was about to turn around to teach her a lesson when Han Yunxi stopped him. She personally turned around and walked over. When she saw Han Yunxi, Mu Qingwu forcefully covered Mu Liyue's mouth and explained, "This girl is crazy and spouting nonsense. Your Highness Princess Consort, please don't take it to heart." Mu Liyue was after all Mu Qingwu's biological younger sister and General Mu's biological daughter. Although Mu Qingwu was explaining, he was actually pleading for leniency for Mu Liyue. He was afraid that Han Yunxi would be angered and punish Mu Liyue for her disrespect. No matter how bad Mu Liyue was, she was still his biological younger sister. And no matter how good she was still an outsider. Han Yunxi could see this point clearly. Since she was here today, she naturally wouldn't part on bad terms with General Mu's residents just because of Mu Liyue's unpleasant words. Moreover, Han Yunxi was well aware that despite her noble status, she had no real power in her hands to suppress others. Without Long Fei Ye's full approval, the title of Qin Wangfei was nothing more than an empty title. So what if she saved the crown prince? Who would truly recognize her as Qin Wangfei? Leaving aside Grand Concubine Yi, even if Murong Wanru was here today, Mu Liyue wouldn't dare to be so arrogant no matter how dissatisfied she was. If not for her life-saving grace, General Mu and his son wouldn't have treated her with such respect, either. If one wanted to live with status and dignity, they had to rely on themselves in the end. Han Yunxi waved a hand to indicate that Mu Qingwu should let go. A little worried, Mu Qingwu gave Mu Liyue a warning look before releasing her. Mu Liyue wasn't stupid and wouldn't continue speaking rudely in front of Han Yunxi. She stood in front of Han Yunxi with a face full of smiles as she thought to herself, "Han Yunxi, my father and big brother are still protecting me in the end. What can you do to me? At worst, I'll be punished or beaten again. This young lady isn't afraid. Today, this young lady just wants to humiliate you." Han Yunxi looked coldly at Mu Liyue before smiling calmly. "Mu Liyue, do you think this Wang Fei won't be able to find the culprit?" "Liyue doesn't dare. Qin Wang Fei is a wondrous person, a godly person. There's nothing in this world that's harder than Qin Wang Fei," Mu Liyue purposely said sarcastically. On the side, General Mu and Mu Qingwu's faces were deathly pale. General Mu couldn't hold it in any longer as he angrily said, "Mu Liyue, this has nothing to do with you." Cram. Mu Liyue's words had already thoroughly angered Han Yunxi. Last time, she had only suffered a few lashes from General Mu, which was already considered lucky. She never thought that she would dare to take a mile after taking an inch. She had a status but no power, so she didn't want to cause trouble. Did Mu Liyue really think that she was so easy to bully? Han Yunxi stopped General Mu and said with a faint smile, "Mu Liyue, do you dare to make a bet with Wang Fei regarding the matter of the traitor? Whoever loses, will take off their outer clothes and run around Xuanwu Street. How about it?" This bet was too big. General Mu and Mu Qingwu were both dumbstruck. They never thought that the dignified Qin Wang Fei would actually think of this kind of bet. Mu Liyue was first stunned, but then she became excited. Afraid that Han Yunxi would beat her to it, she hurriedly said, "Of course I dare. I bet that you won't be able to find the traitor. The general's estate had already been searching for the traitor for a month. Because this matter concerned her brother's safety, the emperor had secretly ordered several divine detectives from the Supreme Court to investigate. Unfortunately, there were no results. Mu Luiyue felt that her brother's head had been kicked by a donkey when he asked Han Yunshi for help. Han Yunshi had only come to show off. Did she really think that she could do whatever she wanted just because she knew a bit of medical skills? What a joke. Of course she had to bet. When the time came, she would have Han Yunshi take off her outer clothes and run around Xuanwu Street. After doing such a disgraceful thing, it would be enough for His Highness Duke of Qin to divorce her. Because it was an appointed marriage, if the princess consort was innocent and died, then the position of princess consort would forever be empty. However, if it was because the princess consort had violated the 3 obediences and 4 virtues and made a big mistake, then after divorcing the princess consort, the Duke of Qin could still marry another princess consort. Murong Wanru hoped that Han Yunshi would die, and Mu Luiyue wished that Han Yunshi would be divorced. Seeing Mu Luiyue so confident, a trace of craftiness flashed through Han Yunshi's eyes. She said seriously, "All right. If this princess consort finds the traitor, then it's your loss." 1 month. Do you dare? Mu Luiyue provoked. Of course she had to set a time limit. 1 month seemed a little short. However, Han Yunshi still readily agreed. This time, finding the traitor was less important than convincing this eldest miss wholeheartedly. She had to personally teach this arrogant and unreasonable eldest miss a lesson so that the next time she saw her, she would take a detour. If you can't find the traitor within a month, then it's your loss. Mu Luiyue asked seriously, wanting Han Yunshi to give her a definite answer. May the great general bear witness. Han Yunshi looked towards the head of the great general's estate. Although General Mu was somewhat disappointed that they hadn't found anything after walking around today, no matter what the result was, he didn't want his daughter to lose face, nor did he want Qin Wangfei to lose face. Esteemed Wangfei, I think we should forget about this bet. After all, the matter of the traitor. Who knew that before he could finish speaking, Mu Luiyue interrupted. Father, this is what esteemed Wangfei said she wanted to bet. We can't dampen esteemed Wangfei's mood. You're still talking. General Mu was so angry that he almost lashed out with his whip. Mu Luiyue was a little afraid and took a step back. However, she looked at Han Yunshi provocatively, afraid that she would regret it. Great General, it's said that a monarch doesn't go back on his words. Although this Wangfei is a woman, she is still the Qin Wangfei. How can I go back on my words? Han Yunshi asked seriously. Now that things had come to this, Han Yunshi had brought out her prestige as a Wangfei, but General Mu was anxious. He couldn't afford to take responsibility no matter who won or lost. Esteemed Wangfei, for this old official's sake, please. Before he could finish speaking, who knew that Mu Qingwu would speak up? Father, Luiyue has already agreed. She can't go back on her words. Mu Qingwu's words surprised Han Yunshi. It seemed that he had had enough of this spoiled little sister of his. Very good, this fellow didn't disappoint her. General Mu looked at Mu Qingwu and then saw Han Yunshi's cold and stern expression. He had no choice but to agree. Seeing her father nod, Mu Luiyue was overjoyed. She couldn't wait to write a letter to Princess Chongping and tell her the good news. She wanted Princess Chongping to hurry back to the capital to see the joke. However, Mu Luiyue quickly discovered that she was happy too early. General Mu, since we can't find any clues in the estate, there's only one way. Han Yunshi said seriously. When these words came out, Mu Luiyue looked over with a frown. Seeing Han Yunshi's indifferent expression, she felt a little nervous. Esteemed Wangfei, please speak. General Mu was also nervous. Find the source. Han Yunshi seriously said. The source. Mu Qingwu didn't understand. The source of the poison. Han Yunshi indifferently said. The 10,000 poisonous snake was a very rare poison. It was a mixture of the 10 most poisonous snake venoms in the world. The reason why it was called 10,000 poisonous snake wasn't because it was made from the venom of 10,000 snakes. Rather, it was because the 10 most poisonous snake venoms in the world were equal to the venom of 10,000 normal snakes. Just this name alone was enough to show how terrifying it was. To make this kind of poison wasn't a simple matter. Not only did one need to know the proportions, the most important thing was to find the 10 most poisonous snakes and extract their venom. Although medicine and poison were of the same family, and a large amount of medicine could become a poison and a small amount of poison could become a medicine, these were all special circumstances. There was still a strict distinction between medicine and poison. However, these 10 snake venoms were special cases. Since they were highly toxic, they could be used to treat a few rare diseases. Chapter 79. It was indeed difficult to find all 10 types of snake venom, but it was relatively easy to find a few of them. General, 7 of the 10 types of snake venom can be used as medicine and can be sold in large pharmacies. The remaining 3 types are very rare snake venoms. If it's confirmed that the person who poisoned you is someone close to the young general, then within 2 to 3 years, this traitor will definitely buy snake venom to concoct a poison. This type of poison can only be stored for a day at most. A day. When Han Yunshi said this, General Mu was shocked. This was a clue, and a very important one at that. Mu Qingwu was overjoyed. Qin Wangfei, please write down the names of the 10 types of snake venom. This official will immediately investigate. Han Yunshi's words stunned Mu Luiyue, but surprised General Mu and his son. Although the stakes were high, compared to finding the traitor, it wasn't that high. Every day that the traitor wasn't found was another day that Mu Qingwu and even General Mu would be in danger. Moreover, this matter could possibly involve the northernly spies, so they couldn't be careless. Mu Qingwu had long disliked Mu Luiyue and couldn't wait for her to be taught a lesson. As for General Mu, he couldn't care less for the time being. Finding the traitor was the most important thing. Everything else could be discussed later. Han Yunshi only wrote down the names of 7 types of snake venom and left the other 3. Qin Wangfei, aren't there 10? Mu Qingwu asked, puzzled. Find these 7 first. See which pharmacies sell them and if anyone has bought them. Investigate clearly first. I have my own arrangements for the rest. Han Yunshi said seriously. Mu Qingwu was a smart person and didn't pursue the matter. At this time, Mu Luiyue watched from the back and couldn't help but worry. However, worry was just worry. Han Yunshi was only guessing. The results of the investigation were still unknown. Mu Luiyue refused to believe it. She wanted to immediately write a letter to Princess Chongping. That day, after Han Yunshi left, Mu Qingwu personally went to investigate the matter. He spent 3 days investigating all the big and small pharmacies in the imperial city. Just as Han Yunshi said, many pharmacies sold these medicines. However, the results of the investigation were still beyond his expectations. 3 days later, Mu Qingwu paid another visit to the Duke of Qin's manor. Princess Consort, out of the 32 pharmacies in the city, there are a total of 10 pharmacies that sell snake venom, but... Mu Qingwu frowned and said seriously, however, the shopkeepers of these pharmacies said that this snake venom is not commonly used. If it is not for a special prescription, no doctor would dare to prescribe this kind of snake venom. 8 out of the 10 pharmacies had never sold any of the 7 snake poisons. As for the remaining 2, they had only sold it once, and that was 5 or 6 years ago. The 10,000 snake venom had accumulated in Mu Qingwu's body for 3 years at most. In other words, the traitor hadn't bought snake venom from the pharmacies. Princess Consort, could it be that the traitor brought the snake venom from somewhere else and made the 10,000 snake venom in the manor? Mu Qingwu guessed. However, Han Yunshi decisively shook her head. If it was brought over, it would be enough to use. This is poison. Bringing a large amount of poison with them is definitely not something a traitor would do. Or, someone sent it over, or even made it before sending it to the great general's manor. Mu Qingwu continued to guess. This kind of slow-acting poison usually needed to be made once every 2 to 3 days. The made poison could only be stored for a day, or else it would have a smell and color. In 3 years, they sent things to the great general's manor so frequently. Han Yunshi was deep in thought. The great general's manor was different from other mansions. The great general and young general lived here. In modern times, this would be a military compound and could be considered an important military office. Half of the servants here were soldiers and the other half were ordinary servants. No matter if it was soldiers or ordinary servants, they weren't allowed to enter and leave as they pleased. Suddenly, Mu Qingwu's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Old Li who collects rancid water, and old Wang who pours out night incense. These 2 people didn't come here every 2 or 3 days, but every day. Although it was just a guess, it was better than having no direction. Young General, follow this lead and investigate. I'll investigate the origins of the other 3 snake venoms." Han Yunshi said seriously. "Yes, if there's anything, this subordinate will report to you at any time." Mu Qingwu stood up and stood in a super-standard military posture. He cupped his fists, bowed and gave orders. These actions were done cleanly and nimbly, full of masculine strength. Although this guy was young and didn't have much experience, there weren't many people in the imperial court who could accept such a big bow. Mu Qingwu was about to leave when Han Yunshi called him back. "Young general, in the future when there's no one around, there's no need to be so polite. Also, don't call me Princess Consort this and that. Just call me by my name." Mu Qingwu's resolute expression froze for a moment before he became suspicious. He reached out to scratch his head, revealing his big boy appearance again. "Esteemed Princess Consort, what did you say?" Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. He was such a disciplined person, she shouldn't make things difficult for him. "Nothing, you can go." Han Yunshi could only give up. After Mu Qingwu left, she immediately had Chen Xiang go to the Gu manor to pass on a message to Gu Beiwei. She only had a month's time, so the quickest and most accurate way to solve the case was to use the process of elimination. The 7 types of snake poisons were easy to obtain. Even if they were bought in the capital, it was very likely that they'd gotten them from somewhere else. It wouldn't be easy to track them down, so this lead could be considered useless for now. However, the other 3 types of snake poisons couldn't be obtained so easily. Moreover, quite a few poisons had been used over the past 3 years, so the dosage had to be high as well. Han Yunshi believed that as long as they could find the source of these 3 poisons, they wouldn't be far from the truth. These 3 types of snake poisons were rosemary, bamboo green, and clear lake. They were all miniature snakes that were no more than 3 to 4 cun long, but their toxicity didn't lose out to the poison pythons that Han Yunshi had seen before. Unlike the poison pythons, there were plenty of rosemary, bamboo green, and clear lake snakes, but the key lay in the fact that very few people could catch them and extract their poisons. According to Han Yunshi's estimates, there were no less than 10 families in Cloud Realm continent that possessed such things. Of course, this was only Han Yunshi's estimation. She had no way to investigate, but Gu Beiwei was a veteran in the medical world, so he should have a way. Gu Beiwei really was busy, unlike last time when he could see the Emperor as soon as he wanted. The Emperor had caught a cold, so he had to stay in the palace and couldn't leave. It wasn't clear when he'd be able to leave, so Han Yunshi could only wait. "Mistress, do you have enough time to make an appointment with eldest Miss Mu in a month?" Little Chen Xiang was very worried. "It's just a cold. It'll take 5 or 6 days at most. The young general needs time to treat himself, too," Han Yunshi said mildly, rejoicing in her heart that Emperor Tianhui wasn't seriously ill. Otherwise, Gu Beiwei wouldn't be able to leave the palace for a month or 2. Chen Xiang pouted on one side, unhappy. "Mistress, why don't you ask His Highness Duke of Qin for help?" Han Yunshi clearly heard her, but pretended not to hear as she rose to leave. Chen Xiang continued to mutter. His Highness Duke of Qin's connections are much wider than Imperial Physician Gu's. Mistress, you're recklessly wasting God's gift. Hearing this, Han Yunshi had no choice but to stop and turn back with a smile. Be good. Recklessly wasting God's gifts isn't useless. Of course she knew that Long Fei Ye's connections were much wider than Gu Beiyue's, but she didn't believe that guy would be so free as to help her. Mistress, even if you're too embarrassed to ask His Highness Duke of Qin for help, you can have the young general do it. This is a matter of the general's estate, little Chen Xiang reminded again. This time, Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes. How am I embarrassed? Seeing her mistress's dangerous expression, little Chen Xiang shut her mouth and thought, you have a guilty conscience. After gagging little Chen Xiang's mouth, Han Yunshi left in a carefree manner. She was being made difficult by all sorts of people only because she hadn't received Long Fei Ye's true approval. If that guy truly approved of her, she'd sit firmly in her position as the Duke of Qin's official consort. In all of Tianning's court, who would dare to provoke her or offend her? In this era, a mother relied on her son's status, while a wife relied on her husband's honor. But she could only rely on herself, and only herself. Han Yunshi waited for news as she flipped through the Cloud Realm record. This was an ancient book that introduced the various powers of Cloud Realm continent. In the center of Cloud Realm continent were Tianning country, Northern Li country, and Western Zhou country. Within these three countries were powers independent of the empire, the most famous of which were Carefree City, the City of Women, and Medical City. The medical academy that Gu Beiyue often mentioned was a large-scale institution in Medical City. It could be said that it was the most authoritative institution in all of Cloud Realm continent. Unfortunately, the Cloud Realm Records was only an ancient book with very little information on medical families and poison sections. Han Yunshi couldn't find what she wanted inside. Mistress, the Han family is one of the most famous medical families in Tianning country. It's said that they have quite a few hidden medicines. Little Chen Xiang spoke casually, but her words reminded Han Yunshi of something. That's right, the Han family. In Tianning's capital, or even in all of Tianning country, there was probably no other family besides the imperial family that had more hidden medicines than the Han family. How could she have left out the Han family? Let's go, we'll go take a look at the Han family. Han Yunshi decided promptly. At noon that day, Han Yunshi brought little Chen Xiang to knock on the Han family's doors. When Han Yunshi transmigrated here, she'd already left the Han family in a bridal sedan chair. All of her memories of the Han family came from the original owner's memories. Yeah, as soon as the door opened, the little page boy guarding the door grumbled, "Who are you? Can't you let me sleep in the middle of the day?" "Qin Wangfei has arrived," little Chen Xiang shouted loudly. "What has Qin Wangfei come here for?" The page boy didn't think much of it, but he quickly recovered his wits and opened the door in fright. He scrambled out and fell to his knees as soon as he saw Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wangfei, this one didn't know esteemed Wangfei would grace us with her presence. Esteemed Wangfei, please spare my life." This page boy was scared out of his wits. Forget about him. No one in the Han family believed that Han Yunshi could step through the Duke of Qin's doors. Moreover, many people had guessed that this eldest young miss would die. The emperor had ordered her to marry, but the Duke of Qin refused. The only way to resolve this conflict was to kill Han Yunshi. But no one expected this eldest young miss to not only enter the Duke of Qin's doors without a hitch, but her temperament had changed greatly. Her medical skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and she'd cured the young general, making a name for herself. Moreover, there were rumors these days that the eldest young miss had even participated in the treatment of the crown prince's strange illness. The old master had been punished, but the eldest young miss was safe and sound. There were all sorts of theories among the people as to why this happened. "Get up," Han Yunshi said coldly. The page boy raised his head to see Han Yunshi's beauty and was very surprised. But when he met Han Yunshi's piercing gaze, he didn't dare to look again. He couldn't help but believe that the rumors were true. He hurriedly got up, but didn't dare to straighten his body. Han Yunshi calmly sat down on the high threshold and asked, "How many wives are there in this residence?" The page boy didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately answered truthfully. Chapter 80. She didn't know if she didn't ask, but she was shocked when she did. Han Kongan had many concubines, but only 2nd Madame Su, 3rd Madame Li, and 7th Madame Helian were left behind. Strictly speaking, Madame Su was also a concubine and could only be called a concubine. However, Madame Su's identity was special. She was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Appointments. Back then, she admired Han Kongan and married into the Han family. Because Madame Tianxin was the Empress Dowager's lifesaver, even after Madame Tianxin passed away, she didn't dare to be the legal wife. How could the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Appointments be a concubine? Han Kongan called her 2nd Madame, and everyone called her Madame Su. Most of the concubines who had escaped had taken away quite a bit of valuables, and those who remained were all smart people. They did not care about the money, and what they wanted was the Han family's precious medicinal herbs and the Han family medical canon. Hearing the manservant say this, Han Yunshi couldn't help but frown. With only these people left, how could she revive the Han family? There was only one young master in Madame Su's room, a daughter in 3rd concubine's room, and a boy in 7th concubine Helian's room, but he was only 6 years old. If the Han family fell into their hands, wouldn't they fall even faster? Of course, Han Yunshi didn't have the time or energy to care about that at the moment. The general's estate's case was more important. If she lost to Mu Luiyue, losing face was a small matter, but taking off her clothes and running away was a big matter. "Don't make a fuss. Bring me to the storeroom," Han Yunshi said in a low voice. When she said this, the manservant was shocked. Could it be that even this married eldest young miss wanted to come back to fight for the things in the storeroom? One had to know that these days, the 3 women who stayed in the residence were fighting to the death for the storeroom key. Of course, the manservant was shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. He quickly led the way. 2nd Madame said that she wanted to reduce expenses and dismissed many servants. The manservant brought Han Yunshi to a remote road and didn't meet many people along the way. However, just as they were about to reach the storeroom, laughter came from the corridor. It seemed that there were many people. Han Yunshi stopped and looked towards the sound. She was blocked by a bamboo bush. "What is it, and what is it?" she asked in a low voice. The Han family was already in such a state, who would still be in the mood to laugh so happily. "Reporting to your highness, that's 7th concubine Helian's Cloud Water Pavilion. It's possible that eldest young master and the others are there," the manservant replied. "Cloud Water Pavilion's Helian?" Han Yunshi had a deep impression of this madam. Among all of Han Kongan's madams, she was the last one to marry into the family. She was also the youngest and, of course, the most favored one. She gave birth to a son for Han Kongan, named Han Yuni. He was the 7th child and was only 6 years old this year. It was this young master that Han Kongan had instructed her to take care of in prison. Han Yunshi didn't have any impression of this young master. When she heard the laughter, she thought that it was the voice of a manservant. She thought that the manservant was probably teasing the young master. What would such a young child know? Han Yunshi was busy today, so she didn't ask much and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, there was a sudden pa-pa-pa sound mixed with laughter, as if someone was beating someone. Han Yunshi abruptly stopped. "What's going on?" This little one reckons that 7th young master was beaten again. The manservant said and sighed helplessly, "Your Highness, when something happened to old master, the most favored 7th young master was the first to suffer. Everyone suspects that the storeroom key is in 7th concubine's hands. I don't know what 7th concubine is thinking. People have long advised her to leave, but she refused to leave. Her maternal family doesn't even have a master, so how can she fight with second madam and third concubine? When she heard this, Han Yunshi's face sank. Coldly, she said, "Take me there." The storeroom key was in her hands. How could Helian Shur have the key? Helian Shur was born poor, and her maternal family's brother and sister-in-law weren't good people. Once she left the Han family, she probably wouldn't have anywhere to go. The manservant promptly led the way. Very quickly, Han Yunshi followed the long corridor and bypassed the bamboo thicket. From afar, Han Yunshi saw a naked little boy with his hands tied up, squatting in the grass. Behind him, there was a group of adults watching. The leader was the Han family's eldest young master, Han Yuchi, who was using a bamboo board to hit him on the back. A group of adults were abusing a child, yet they were still laughing so loudly. Han Yunshi stared blankly. She couldn't help but remember that when the original owner was young, she was also beaten by this eldest young master. At that time, she was already 10 years old, and the child in front of her was only 6 years old. He was beaten even more miserably than her. Too much. Immediately, a burst of anger rushed into Han Yunshi's heart. She rushed over, her anger overflowing. Han Yuchi, stop. When everyone heard Han Yunshi's voice, they all looked over. Although there were no more poison scars on her face, everyone still recognized her. On the day of the wedding, many people had seen her. Han Yunshi. Han Yuchi blurted out. He was very surprised that Han Yunshi would come. Han Yunshi strode over and saw that the child was shivering from the cold. His thin back was covered with blood-red scars, as if he had been whipped. It was a frightening sight. Chen Xiang, quickly, close. Han Yunshi cried out in alarm. Where would little Chen Xiang find clothes? Fortunately, she was quick-witted and immediately had the manservant take off his outer clothes. Han Yunshi took the clothes and was about to go forward to save the child when Han Yuchi signaled with his eyes for the manservants to surround 7th young master Han Yuni. He walked closer with his arms crossed and looked Han Yunshi up and down. Cold laughter, he said, Han Yunshi, I haven't seen you for a few months and you've grown wings. You don't want to stay in the Duke of Qin's fu and dare to come to this young master's territory to meddle in other people's business? Impudent, you've seen Qin Wangfei and still haven't kneeled. Do you want to rebel? Little Chen Xiang reprimanded coldly. Unexpectedly, Han Yuchi suddenly laughed out loud. Qin Wangfei? Did the Duke of Qin marry her? Did the Duke of Qin acknowledge her? Did he kick her sedan door? Shameless woman, you delivered yourself to my door and still have the face to call yourself Qin Wangfei. The surrounding servants were originally afraid of Han Yunshi's identity and the rumors outside. Now that they saw the eldest young master's attitude, they all raised their heads and looked at Han Yunshi with disdain. In the past, hadn't this eldest young miss been bullied by the eldest young master since she was young? Just before she got married, the eldest young master almost tore her gowns apart, but she didn't dare to do anything. After all, the eldest young master was Lady Su's only son and the direct grandson of the Minister of Appointments. His news was much more reliable than the rumors outside. Since the eldest young master had such an attitude, this Qin Wangfei must be nothing more than an empty title. Han Yuchi, you dare to offend your superiors. You should. Little Chen Xiang was furious, but Han Yunshi held her back, her eyes staring coldly at Han Yuchi. Han Yuchi didn't care at first, but when he saw the sharp light in Han Yunshi's eyes, he felt uneasy for no reason. It made him very irritable. How could he be afraid of Han Yunshi? Han Yunshi was only a Wangfei in name. She wasn't favored by Grand Concubine Yi, the Duke of Qin, or the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, he still had his grandfather to support him. Once the old man was imprisoned, no one in the Han family would have a stronger backer than him. Who was he afraid of? Thinking up to here, Han Yuchi said coldly, Han Yunshi, if you know what's good for you, get out of here for this young master. Otherwise, I'll beat you too. Han Yunshi ignored him, but said coldly, Chen Xiang, go and report to the justice courts. Just say that the Han family's Han Yuqi offended his superiors and spoke wildly to insult this Wang Fei. Yes. Little Chen Xiang left immediately. These people are really snobs. When the justice courts come, we'll show them esteemed Wang Fei's power. Justice courts? Han Yuqi suddenly laughed out loud. Justice courts, ah. Aya, this young master's so scared. What do I do? His sarcastic tone caused everyone to burst into laughter. Soon enough, Han Yuqi grew serious and gave Han Yunshi a disdainful look. He wasn't afraid of the justice courts. He didn't know what crime the previous justice court official, Beigong Heze, had committed. However, he heard from the minister's manner that the higher-ups had appointed his maternal grandfather to personally interrogate him. The new justice court official Ouyang, had also been recommended by his maternal grandfather. The justice court official and the minister of the Ministry of Personnel were both third-rank officials. His maternal grandfather was very prestigious. Letting little Chen Xiang leave, Han Yuqi calmly sat down on the side. Coldly looking at Han Yunshi with raised eyebrows, this young master's mood is good today. I'm just waiting for your people to come. Han Yunshi ignored him. Seeing the child's trembling back, she felt pain for him. She was about to go forward, but several manservants stopped her. As for the manservant who brought Han Yunshi here, he didn't dare to make a sound and silently retreated to the side. The situation was deadlocked. Seeing the child curled up into a ball, Han Yunshi became more anxious. Such a small child, if this continued, even if he didn't die from pain, he would die from the cold. After trying a few times, the manservants formed a human wall and didn't budge an inch. Han Yunshi also couldn't push them. She got angry and angrily warned, Han Yuqi, you better not regret it. Regret? Hee, Han Yunshi, the one regretting it will be you. Han Yuqi laughed loudly. He had only heard about the young general's antidote and still didn't believe it. How could he know the specific situation inside? He was very much looking forward to the justice court sending people. Han Yunshi's phoenix eyes narrowed into a straight line. This place wasn't far from the justice court. She would wait. However, just as the two sides were in a deadlock, a sharp cry suddenly sounded. Ear. Following the sound, a young woman in her early 20s ran over in alarm. This person was none other than the child's mother, the Han family's seventh madam, Helian Zuexiang. As soon as she came over, she didn't care about anyone else. Seeing her son's situation, she immediately burst into tears and crazily rushed over. Stop her! Han Yuqi sternly shouted and suddenly stood up. Helian Zuexiang was only a weak woman. However, a manservant blocked her and fiercely pushed her to the ground. However, she quickly got up and angrily rebuked Han Yuqi. Han Yuqi, are you still human? Whatever you have, you come at me. What kind of man are you to make things difficult for a child? He come at you? Then fine, obediently hand over the storehouse key. This young master will immediately let you go. Han Yuqi sneered. Hearing this, Han Yunshi understood. I don't have it. How many times have I told you I don't have the key? How could Lord give the key to us? Something happened to Lord, so the key must still be on Lord. Helian Zuexiang seriously said. You think I'll believe your nonsense? Ever since you entered the family, my father has been sleeping in your room every day and teaching that boy medical skills. You think I don't know? Even if my father didn't give you the storehouse key, you must know where he hid it. Han Yuqi coldly snorted. I don't know. Lord comes every day because Uni is eager to learn. Lord comes every day to personally teach him. Helian Zuexiang hurriedly explained. As she spoke, she took advantage of the manservant's inattention to go to her son. However, in the end, she was still pushed back by the manservant and fell to the ground. This time, Helian Zuexiang somewhat couldn't get up. She cried loudly at her child's frightening back. Son, how are you? You should answer Nyangqin. Son, don't scare Nyangqin. Answer Nyangqin, look at Nyangqin. Son, don't scare mother, okay? Chapter 81. No matter how Helian Zuexiang shouted, the curled-up child didn't respond. Han Yunshi had just concluded that the child had already lost consciousness from the cold, and his small body was probably frozen. If this continued, something big would happen. She was anxious. Little Chen Xiang, when will the reinforcements arrive? Although she couldn't deal with the likes of Princess Changping and Mu Luiwei with her empty title of Wangfei, she was still able to alarm the Supreme Court's Chancellor. As for the Minister of Personnel that Han Yuqi relied on, he was similarly intimidated. It was Han Yuqi, this arrogant idiot, who lacked discipline. Not seeing her son's response, Helian Zuexiang was about to go crazy. She crawled to Han Yuqi's feet, crying and begging, "Eldest young master, the storehouse key really isn't in our hands. I beg you, let us go." "Eldest young master, no matter what, Yuni is still your younger brother. For master's sake, let him go. I beg you. Eldest young master, I'll kowtow to you." Han Yunshi couldn't stand it anymore and was about to stop her, but who knew that Han Yuqi would be so deranged as to kick Helian Zuexiang aside, coldly saying, "Do you think we don't have it just because you say so? Someone come, search this young master." "What?" Hearing this, Helian Zuexiang was so scared that she curled up into a ball. Han Yunshi didn't say another word, coldly pushing aside the manservant in front of her and rushing in front of Helian Zuexiang, opening her arms to protect her. "The storehouse key is on this Wangfei. Whoever has the guts, search this Wangfei," she coldly said, her phoenix eyes glaring angrily. Her entire body emitted an inviolable domineering aura, causing everyone to be startled. What? The storehouse key was on Han Yunshi's hands? Han Yunshi stared blankly at first, then laughed loudly. "Han Yunshi, this joke isn't funny at all. Is that so?" Han Yunshi's lips curled into a mocking smile. She actually slowly pulled out a key from her sleeve in front of everyone. This was a bronze key, simple yet exquisite. After being in the hands of several generations of the Han family, it seemed to have spiritual energy, faintly emitting a faint bronze light. Although many people present hadn't seen this key before, eldest young Master Han Yuqi had seen this thing in his father's hands more than once. This was the symbol of the Han family head, a treasure that he yearned for even in his dreams. He recognized it at a glance. His eyes, wide open, he was stupefied. "Now, isn't it funny?" Han Yunshi asked with a cold smile. "You slut, what qualifications do you have to have the storehouse key? Give it to me." After Han Yuqi regained his senses, his greedy expression was like a hungry wolf seeing meat. This time, the surrounding people were also shocked. Why was the storehouse key in Han Yunshi? What was going on? Could it be that Master personally gave it to Han Yunshi? How could that be? Didn't Master hate this daughter of the first wife the most? No one could understand, and Han Yuqi didn't want to understand. Greed shot out from his eyes, and he suddenly pounced over to snatch it. However, Han Yunshi had already expected this. She immediately put the key into her clothes and hid it close to her chest. Seeing this, Han Yuqi stopped in his tracks. "You!" "What?" Han Yunshi raised her brows provocatively. Even if Han Yuqi had the guts as big as the sky, he wouldn't dare to touch her. After all, no matter how bad she was still Qin Wangfei. Han Yuqi could spout nonsense and speak rudely, but if he really wanted to search her, Long Fei wouldn't let him off even if his grandfather was the Minister of Appointments or the Emperor himself. This concerned a man's dignity. No matter what, Han Yunshi was still Qin Wangfei. Long Fei Yi could never touch her, but he wouldn't allow any other man to touch her. The thing he yearned for in his dreams was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it. Han Yuqi was so angry that his chest heaved. "Han Yunshi, why is the storehouse key in your hands? Did you steal it?" he asked coldly. He definitely didn't believe that his father would give her the key. Leaving aside the fact that his father hated her the most, she was a married daughter. Just this fact alone meant that she had no right to inherit the position of head of the Han family. Han Yunshi gave Han Yuqi a cold look, disdaining to reply. She personally helped Helian Zuexiang sit up and murmured, "Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen." Helian Zuexiang had been badly frightened by Han Yunshi as well. She was still a little dazed, but she quickly recovered and begged, Yunshi, you have to save Ir. Yunshi, Ir and I have never made things difficult for you. For your father's sake, save Ir." Han Yunshi wasn't very familiar with this seventh madam, but she remembered very clearly that she was the only one in the entire Han family who hadn't made things difficult for her. "The child is innocent. Even if you make things difficult for me, I'll still save him," Han Yunshi said seriously. But these words reminded Han Yuqi, who suddenly laughed out loud. "Han Yunshi, hand over the storehouse key right now, or else this young master won't let that bastard off." So speaking, he strode towards Han Yuni. The page boys didn't even have time to get out of the way before they were ruthlessly knocked aside. Slap! This deranged thing actually whipped Han Yuni again. Heaven knows how ruthless it was this time, it actually split open the old wound. "No!" Helian Zuexiang cried out. Helian Zuexiang cried out in alarm before fainting in Han Yunshi's arms. Han Yunshi couldn't bear it any longer. She set down Helian Zuexiang and stood up, a terrifying murderous aura emanating from her entire body. In a flash, all the page boys surrounded her, as if Han Yunshi could really do something to their master. Han Yuqi felt an indescribable fear in his heart, but it only lasted for a moment. What could a weak woman like Han Yunshi do to him? "How about it?" Han Yuqi played with the bamboo stick in his hands as he asked provocatively. Han Yunshi took out the storehouse key with one hand and hid a few poison needles in the other. "Cold," she said, "the storehouse key is right here. Don't make things difficult for a child. Come and get it." As soon as he saw the storehouse key, Han Yuqi's face lit up with joy. He didn't think too much, but tossed the bamboo stick aside and rushed over to snatch it. Han Yunshi backed up a step, but Han Yuqi didn't sense anything amiss. He was about to reach out when Han Yunshi's other hand gripped the poison needles and stabbed them into his wrist. "Ah!" Han Yuqi suddenly shouted, "You dare stab this young master!" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike. Who knew that his right hand would feel like it had been bitten by something? It hurt so much that he couldn't raise it. Han Yuqi finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. His left hand held his right hand. As the pain intensified, his brows furrowed. "Ant poison. You should have heard of it. Immediately release the child, or else wait for amputation," Han Yunshi cold warned. Ant poison. Those who were poisoned would feel intense pain at first. Soon, they would feel as if their arm was being bitten by thousands of ants. It was incomparably itchy. Not many people could endure it, and no matter how they scratched, it was useless. Unless there was an antidote, the poison would gradually spread from the arm to the entire body. The person wouldn't be poisoned to death, but they would scratch themselves until they were neither human nor ghost, living a life worse than death. If there wasn't an antidote, the best method was to cut off all the poisoned parts to stop the poison from spreading. However, this poison had a special characteristic. Only those who were bitten by poisonous ants would be poisoned because this poison couldn't be extracted. Although Han Yuqi didn't know poison, he was still from a medical family. He knew about ant poison. Although his hand hurt, he didn't believe in this. "Han Yunshi, do you think you can fool me with such a small trick?" As Han Yuqi spoke, he didn't touch Han Yunshi. With a glance, the manservant at the side picked up a bamboo stick and was about to strike Han Yuni. However, just as he was about to strike, Han Yuqi suddenly shouted without warning, "Our itchy!" His left hand, which was originally holding his right wrist, started to scratch unconsciously. This time, everyone was shocked. Could it really be ant poison? Heavens, how could Han Yunshi have this poison? How did she extract it? Once the ant poison acted up, Han Yuchi couldn't care less. He scratched like a madman while shouting, "Itchy, itchy to death! Itchy to death! Quickly come and help me!" A few manservants hurried forward to help him scratch the itch on his right hand. At first, it was only his palm and lower limbs that itched, but after a while, the strange itch spread to his arms and upper limbs. Itchy to death! Here, itchy, I can't stand it! I can't stand it! Han Yuchi didn't care about his image. He tore off his sleeve and scratched fiercely. Immediately, a long blood stain appeared on his arm. Seeing this, the manservants didn't dare to do anything. "Scratch! Quick, itchy to death, I can't stand it!" Han Yuchi roared. He had already lost his mind. Eldest young master, eldest young miss must have an antidote. At this time, a manservant reminded. Only then did Han Yuchi recover from his madness. He suddenly raised his head to look at Han Yunshi and roared, "Bitch, give me the antidote immediately. Release her immediately, or else I'll make you itch all over your body." Han Yunshi said sternly, not yielding an inch. To her, the art of poison wasn't only used to save people, but it could also hurt and kill people. If Han Yuchi thought that he still had a bargaining chip to negotiate with her, then he was too naive. You don't even think about it. Han Yuchi wouldn't compromise so easily. When his father wasn't around, he already wanted the storehouse key. Moreover, his father was already in prison. Endure. He endured. Someone, continue beating for this young master. As he ordered, he unconsciously scratched the itch again. As he scratched, he suddenly realized that not only his arm, but his entire shoulder also started to itch. The ant poison spread from slow to fast. At first, it was slow, then it gradually sped up. The scariest thing was that it spread to the face. God knows if Han Yunshi's ant poison was the enhanced version. Han Yuchi just felt the itch on his shoulder, then his neck started to itch. Very quickly, his entire face started to itch. No! He roared like a monkey, scratching his neck and face. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. "Antidote, Han Yunshi, give me the antidote, and I'll release Han Yuni immediately." How could Han Yunshi give in so easily? She looked at him coldly and said word by word, "Release him first, or else there's no discussion." Han Yuchi was already tortured to the point that he couldn't take another second. If this continued, he would break his own arms and even his head would be chopped off. It was too itchy, he really couldn't take it. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the manservants, "Release him, quick, release him!" The manservants were quite frightened by the eldest young master's crazed appearance and hurriedly dispersed. Han Yunshi rushed over. Although she was anxious, she was still careful, afraid of hurting Han Yuni. She picked up the clothes on the ground and gently wrapped him from behind, then hugged him in her arms. Chapter 82. Once she held Han Yuni in her arms, Han Yunshi was shocked. Heavens, even if they were separated by a thick coat, she could still feel the coldness of this child's body and his trembling. Only the heavens knew how cold it was in the middle of winter. Han Yunshi thought that this child was already frozen stiff and unconscious, but when she saw his tender little face, she couldn't help but be shocked. This child was actually still awake. His purplish lips were still trembling, but he tightly clenched his teeth. That pair of eyes had distinct black and white, clear and clean like a snowy lake. The tears in his eyes were clearly welling up, but they didn't fall. Han Yunshi saw at a glance that his pale lips were stained with blood. Just how tightly were his teeth clenched? He was only 6 years old, but his childish little face was filled with stubbornness and unyielding. At this age, how many children were still acting spoiled in their parents' arms, but Han Yuni already understood what was called dignity and what was called unyielding. After being mocked and whipped for more than 2 hours, he didn't cry out in pain, didn't cry, and didn't even beg for mercy. At this moment, this tender and stubborn little face seemed to be imprinted in Han Yunshi's heart, making her unable to forget it for the rest of her life. She unconsciously hugged Han Yuni tightly, hoping to give him more warmth. Good job. At the side, Han Yuchi was about to collapse. Han Yunshi, the antidote. Where's the antidote? Han Yunshi then took out a small bag of antidote from her medical bag and threw it over. Han Yuchi hurriedly caught it and wolfed it down. The poison acted up quickly, but the antidote also disappeared quickly. After a while, the itchiness on Han Yuchi's face and neck disappeared. Finally, the itchiness on his arms also disappeared. However, he was already battered and exhausted. Both his sleeves were torn, and his collar was also torn. His arms, neck, and face were all densely covered with scratches. There were several places where his skin had been scratched, and it was a mess of blood. Those who didn't know better would think that he had fought with a mad dog. Han Yuchi, who had calmed down, was panting and staring at Han Yunshi with a fiendish expression. Han Yunshi hugged Han Yuni tightly and looked back coldly without fear. Han Yunshi, you dared to plot against this young master. Do you think this young master will let you off so easily? Han Yuchi approached step by step. You won't. Therefore, what I gave you was not the antidote. Han Yunshi said coldly. Little Chun Xiang had not called for help yet. Now that she finally had a chance to poison her, how could she detoxify the poison so easily? Han Yuchi, this kind of beast, was angered. He could do anything. She wasn't stupid to talk about honesty with him. You! Han Yuchi was furious. Aren't you waiting for the people from the Supreme Court? If you have the guts, then just wait for this princess. Otherwise, I can guarantee that the poison will flare up every hour. Han Yunshi warned. Although she was sitting down, the aura she emitted was enough to shock everyone present. Han Yuchi, who had suffered once, didn't dare to take the risk again. He angrily gritted his teeth. Then I'll wait. This young master isn't afraid of you. No matter who came from the Supreme Court, they all knew that he was the grandson of the Minister of Appointments. They all knew that Han Yunshi was only a Qin Wangfei in name and was bullied by both sides. Who would dare to make things difficult for him? He would wait. Today, if Han Yunshi didn't hand over the storehouse key, she wouldn't be able to take a step out of the Han family. Han Yuchi sat down, not caring about his sorry state. He stared at Han Yunshi, afraid that the storehouse key would fly away. Allowing him to stare, Han Yunshi comforted the child in her arms. Even though he was warm, Han Yuni still clenched his teeth, his nerves all stretched taut. He knew Han Yunshi and could see that Han Yunshi was saving him. However, he didn't dare to relax. He was afraid that if he relaxed, he would cry. He didn't want to cry. In this family, his mother was the most favored and the most patient. Although he was his father's most favored son, ever since he was sensible, because of his mother's forbearance, he had been wronged. He had never cried before. This time, he didn't want to cry. Yuni, it's okay. Don't clench your teeth. Relax, okay? Han Yunshi gently persuaded. She gently stroked Han Yuni's cheek, her warm hand warming up his cold little face. However, Han Yuni was still indifferent. Although his clear eyes reflected Han Yunshi's shadow, he didn't look at her again. Even so, Han Yunshi still patiently continued to persuade him. Yuni, be good. Listen to me. You're bleeding. It's okay. Relax, okay? I'm here. I'll protect you. They won't dare to do anything. I'll protect you in the future. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Such patience gradually warmed Han Yuni's heart. Gradually, Han Yunshi's shadow in his eyes became more and more blurred. Han Yunshi knew that this child couldn't hold on anymore and was gradually willing to give up. Be good. Don't be afraid. I know you're the strongest. She gently stroked his soft hair as if she was caressing her own child. Yuni, I know you're a brave man. You won't cry. You've never cried, right? Yuni, sleep if you're tired. It's okay. I'm here. I'll always be here. Han Yunshi's voice became softer and softer, and Han Yuni's eyes gradually closed. He finally relaxed and fell asleep. When his eyes were completely closed and his tightly clenched teeth loosened, a line of clear tears finally slid down from the corners of his eyes. Although she didn't really take Han Kong's words to heart, Han Yunshi's heart ached. She murmured, I didn't lie to you. I promised your father that I'll protect you." Han Yunshi carried Han Yuni and was about to walk into the room. A few servants immediately wanted to stop her, but a sharp look from her made them retreat. The servants all cast questioning glances at Han Yuchi. Han Yuchi disdainfully waved his hand, indicating for the servants to retreat. Han Yunshi couldn't escape. Han Yunshi carried Han Yuni into the room. Taking advantage of the fact that he was unconscious and couldn't feel the pain, she nimbly treated the wound on his back. She applied the best medicine and carefully bandaged it. After carefully treating it, she tucked Han Yuni in. At this time, Han Yuchi's excited voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Yunshi, come out. Come out for this young master." The people from the Supreme Court had come? How could he be so arrogant? Han Yunshi was suspicious and hurriedly went out. She didn't see anyone from the Supreme Court. She only saw little Chun Xiang standing at the door, out of breath. "Where are they?" Han Yunshi asked. Master. Oh." Little Chun Xiang was panting and couldn't speak clearly. She ran to the Supreme Court and told them about Qin Wangfei's matter. The Supreme Court's minister, official Ouyang, was very respectful and immediately came over in a carriage. The road from the Supreme Court to the Han family was very crowded. Little Chun Xiang disliked the carriage for being too slow and rushed back. She was so tired that she couldn't speak properly. Seeing this, Han Yuchi laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you must be scared. You couldn't have been kicked out by the Supreme Court's people, right?" Who knew that just as he finished speaking, a manservant's panicked report came from outside. "Eldest young master, the Supreme Court's minister, official Ouyang, has personally come. He wants to see you." The Supreme Court's minister, official Ouyang, actually came in person? He originally thought that the Supreme Court's minister would send someone over. He didn't expect him to come in person. Although Han Yuchi was a bit surprised, he was even more smug. No matter what, official Ouyang was recommended by grandfather. Of course, he had to give grandfather face. That's good. The Supreme Court's minister personally came to teach Han Yunshi a lesson. Let's see if Han Yunshi, this girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, would dare to put on the airs of a Wang Fei and come to the Han family to flaunt her power in the future. He smiled mockingly at Han Yunshi. Forgetting that he was in a sorry state, he strode out of the courtyard to welcome them. At this time, official Ouyang just happened to arrive. His expression was flustered and his footsteps hurried. He and the Minister of Appointments, Su Xiangguang, had been old friends for many years. Naturally, he had heard of his grandson's personality. He was really afraid that if he was a step late and caused Qin Wangfei to be wronged, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. One had to know that although the previous Supreme Court's minister had been punished by the Ministry of Appointments, the real reason was that he had offended Qin Wangfei and angered His Highness Duke of Qin. Although this matter wasn't made public, the Minister of Appointments and he both knew that Qin Wangfei wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing official Ouyang come over, Han Yuchi chuckled and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "Official Ouyang, to trouble you to personally come over for such a small matter, really." Before Han Yuchi could finish speaking, official Ouyang passed by him and strode into the courtyard. Had he been ignored? Han Yuchi instantly froze. What did official Ouyang mean? This lowly official greets the Wangfei. Good luck to the Wangfei. This lowly official came late to save you. This lowly official hopes that the Wangfei will forgive this lowly official. When official Ouyang's respectful voice came from behind him, Han Yuchi grew alarmed. He whipped his head around and saw official Ouyang kneeling on one knee in front of Han Yuchi, cupping his hands in greeting with his head bowed. He didn't only look respectful, but even a little timid. This Han Yuchi couldn't help but pinch his own face. Heavens, this wasn't a dream, right? What happened to official Ouyang? Official Ouyang, Han Yuqi offended his superiors and arrogantly threatened this Wang Fei. Tell me, what punishment should he be punished for? Han Yunshi coldly questioned. Of course, she knew the relationship between the Minister of Appointments and this new Supreme Court's minister. However, this new Supreme Court's minister should also know her temper. Should. Official Ouyang hesitated. What? Han Yunshi coldly asked. Offending his superiors, 50 strokes. Threatening the Wang Fei is a death sentence. Official Ouyang honestly replied. Once these words were said, Han Yuqi finally recovered and exclaimed, Official Ouyang, you're really treating this cheap girl as something? What are you afraid of her for? She's just a… Shut up! Official Ouyang angrily roared. However, at the same time, Lady Su's voice sounded. A woman in her 30s hurriedly walked in. She was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. I didn't know that the Wang Fei would be here. I didn't go out to greet you. Please forgive me, Wang Fei. Lady Su bowed as soon as she entered. Seeing this, Han Yuqi was stunned again. He remembered that his mother had heard the rumors about Han Yunshi yesterday and had angrily called Han Yunshi a waste. Today, she came back from the minister's manor. How did she become a different person? Lady Su had been busy these days with the matter of prison visit. She had repeatedly gone to the minister's manor to beg her father, but she had been rejected by him. Today she went again. Her father secretly told her the truth about He Zhe of the Northern Court's dismissal. He also said that the reason why the Han family couldn't find a way to visit the prison was because Han Yunshi had ordered that the Han family wasn't allowed to visit the prison. When Lady Su heard this, she knew that the situation wasn't good. She and her son had bullied Han Yunshi many times before. On the way back, she was thinking of how to make up for it. Who knew that the moment she came back, she would hear that something had happened at home. Chapter 83. Establishing authority, heavily punishing the young master. 1. Han Yuqi looked at official Ouyang in disbelief, then looked at his mother, Madame Su. He was puzzled. Were these two possessed? Why were they so polite to Han Yunshi? Mother! He was about to speak when Madame Su leaned forward and scolded, Ungrateful thing, your dog eyes can't see MT Tai. Why aren't you apologizing to the Princess Consort? Although the Princess Consort is your sister, you can't make this kind of joke. She angrily reprimanded while constantly giving Han Yuqi looks. However, Han Yuqi was very stupid and didn't understand at all. He looked suspiciously at his mother and stood motionless. Madame Su was angry and anxious. She suddenly stood up and grabbed her son's ear, angrily scolding, Unfilial son, kneel down. Of all kinds of jokes, you made this kind of joke with your sister. Do you know that threatening the Princess Consort is a capital offense? If you want to court death, no one can stop you. It hurts, let go, let go. Han Yuqi was in so much pain that he had no choice but to bend down. At this time, Madame Su took the opportunity to whisper in his ear, Stinky brat, you think I'm willing to follow her? The rumors are true. Han Yunshi really saved the crown prince, your grandfather said it himself. What, the rumors were true? Han Yunshi really saved the crown prince, so she was now a great hero? Han Yuqi only felt that his head had been hit by something, shaking him so much that he couldn't recover for a moment. His legs went soft and he directly knelt down. Princess Consort, this stinky brat has been shooting his mouth off since he was young. You also know that, after all, he's still young. Please forgive him this time. It's all my fault, I didn't teach my son well. I'll apologize to you. Madame Su was very sincere, but her eyes hid her dissatisfaction. It had to be known that she had always been arrogant and bossy towards Han Yunshi, ordering her around. At this time, official Ouyang on the side quickly pleaded for leniency. Princess Consort, eldest young master, this. Eldest young master is indeed outrageous, but this is still a matter of the Han family. If this matter is brought to the Supreme Court, you will lose face and become a joke to the outer sect. Han Yunshi sneered in her heart. Of course, she knew about the relationship between Official Ouyang and the Minister of Personnel Affairs. Official Ouyang's words were really decent. She ignored Lady Su and Official Ouyang, looking down at Han Yuchi from high above. She asked half-jokingly, "Eldest young master, who is this lowly girl scolding?" Madame Su and General Ouyang were frightened by these words. Han Yuchi was even more frightened. He felt his legs go soft and couldn't kneel. "This commoner will apologize to you. This commoner was wrong. Wrong." Han Yuchi was so frightened that his words were incoherent. If Han Yunshi became the hero who saved the crown prince, then she would no longer be a princess consort in name. At least, the imperial family recognized her. Like this, with the status of a commoner in the Han family, if they disrespected her, it would be a serious crime. Thinking of his previous actions, Han Yuchi's intestines turned green with regret. He suddenly gave himself a slap. "Esteemed princess consort, this commoner's mouth is cheap. This commoner will punish himself." Seeing this, Madame Su was shocked and covered her mouth in disbelief. Her precious son. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi coldly looked at him. She didn't move and didn't react. Han Yuchi could only force himself to slap himself again. Of course, his movements weren't big. He was afraid of pain. However, after the second slap, Han Yunshi was still indifferent, looking at him with an expressionless face. What to do? Should he continue to slap himself? No, he was afraid of pain. Han Yuchi was helpless and could only look at his mother for help. Madame Su saw those two slaps and her heart ached. She wanted to explode, but she didn't dare. She hurriedly bowed and persuaded, "Esteemed princess consort, he's still your blood-related younger brother. He didn't do it on purpose and didn't really disrespect you. Teach him a lesson and he won't dare to do it again." At this time, Han Yunshi finally opened her mouth. "Afraid of pain?" "Yes, his face is swollen. This lesson is enough for him to remember for a lifetime." Madame Su hurriedly said. "Is that so?" Han Yunshi leaned over and calmly lifted Han Yuchi's chin. Han Yuchi was incomparably nervous and didn't dare to move. Han Yunshi seriously lifted his face and looked left and right. It was all white and clean, even more delicate than a woman's. There wasn't a single scar. If this was considered painful, then what were the wounds on her arms from the whip when she was young? Then what about the bloody scars on Han Yunxi's back? Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with anger as she said coldly, "Whether or not his face is swollen isn't up to you to say." So speaking, she viciously shook off Han Yuchi's chin and said coldly, "Little Chen Xiang beat him for this Wang Fei." "No!" Madame Su exclaimed. Her tone suddenly turned fierce. "Yunshi, he's your blood-related younger brother. You two were born of the same father. You can't be so heartless." Han Yunshi laughed coldly. "The one lying in the room is also his blood-related younger brother, born of the same father. How can he be so heartless?" Of course Madame Su knew what her own son had done. For a moment she was at a loss for words. "Yunshi, this stinking brat doesn't know any better. Could it be that you're also following?" Before she could finish, Han Yunshi laughed coldly. "What, is second madam blaming Yunshi for not knowing any better?" "Second madam?" Madame Su gave a start. For a moment, she didn't realize that Han Yunshi was referring to her. Yes, she wasn't the official wife, but Han Kongan had married her in accordance with the rights of an official wife. Since the first day she entered the house, everyone had called her Madame Su. Today was the first time she'd heard the words second madam. These words represented a concubine. Han Yunshi was humiliating her. Madame Su's hands clenched into claws inside her sleeve. What a Han Yunshi! She'd already coaxed her with kind words, but what else did she want? If Han Yunshi didn't have Yuchi's weakness in her hands, she wouldn't have spoken so humbly. Madame Su took a deep breath, doing her best to ignore Han Yunshi's words. She did her best to calm herself down. A wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him, so she endured. No, no, how could I mean that? Yunshi, you're the eldest sister. You've been more sensible since you were young. Han Yunshi smiled coldly. Second Madame's meaning is that you're still blaming me for not being sensible? Madame Su was once again at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say, but nudged official Ouyang beside her with her elbow. Esteemed Wang Fei, official Ouyang was about to coax her when Han Yunshi raised a hand to stop him. Official Ouyang, just then you said that offending one's superiors would result in 50 beatings. You weren't lying to this Wang Fei, were you? Official Ouyang gave a start. Seeing Han Yunshi so serious, he was afraid to take the blame and quickly shook his head. I don't dare. It really is 50 beatings. Just then, Han Yunshi cursed this Wang Fei as a lowly girl. That counts as offending one's superiors, right? Han Yunshi asked again. Official Ouyang could only nod. It counts. Since it counts, then shouldn't he be flogged 100 times for offending one's superiors twice? Han Yunshi suddenly said sternly. As soon as these words came out, Han Yuchi's entire body was paralyzed. His body was weak and his mind was blank. Madame Su was so scared that her face turned white. She coldly looked at official Ouyang, her eyes full of warning. But so what if she gave a warning? Official Ouyang didn't dare to offend Han Yunshi. He could only avoid her gaze. Official Ouyang, take him out for me. Carry out the punishment. Han Yunshi didn't give them a chance to catch their breath. 100 beatings with a cane could kill someone. Compared to beatings with a cane, what was a slap? They only had two paths. Either they were beaten or they were flogged 100 times. Beat. Madame Su didn't have a choice. She suddenly stood up and anxiously said, Esteemed Wang Fei, this stinky brat deserves to be beaten. Deserves to be beaten. Taking advantage of the fact that Han Yunshi hadn't insisted on flogging, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed little Chen Xiang's hand. Miss, you beat. Little Chen Xiang loathed this pair of mother and son. She fiercely shook off her hand and calmly said, Miss, my hand is small, while eldest young master's skin is thick. Perhaps my hand will swell before eldest young master's face does. Han Yunshi secretly laughed. So this little Chen Xiang had a poisonous tongue as well. Hearing that little Chen Xiang wasn't going to beat him, Han Yunshi seemed to be scared witless. He sat paralyzed on the ground without moving. The darkness in Madame Su's eyes couldn't be dispelled. A trace of calculation flashed past her eyes before they turned red, and she started crying. Yunshi, just let your little brother go. I'm begging you, beg? Pretending to be pitiful? A cold smile rose to Han Yunshi's lips as she looked towards 7th Madame, Helian Zuexiang, who was still unconscious on the side. If begging worked, then this pitiful mother wouldn't be threatened with a body search. If begging was useful, she wouldn't have suffered so much growing up. Han Yunshi fiercely shook off Madame Su's hand, showing no mercy. Official Ouyang, take him away from me. No. Don't. Madame Su shouted, blocking official Ouyang. I'll hit him. I'll hit him myself. Yunshi, I'll teach him a lesson myself. As she spoke, she was afraid that Han Yunshi wouldn't give her another chance. Without hesitation, she ruthlessly slapped Han Yunshi across the face. Pah! What a resounding slap. This time, Han Yunshi woke up. He subconsciously covered his face and was about to dodge when Madame Su said coldly, Someone come, detain him for me. The surrounding servants were all stunned. Hearing Madame Su's shout, 2 of them stepped forward to detain Han Yunshi. Mother, as soon as Han Yunshi spoke, Madame Su slapped him again. Pah! This clear and bright sound made the surrounding manservants tremble in fear. Official Ouyang didn't dare to look and turned his head away. These 2 slaps left red palm marks on Han Yuchi's cheeks, making them slightly swollen. Madame Su's hand hurt, but her heart hurt even more. She treasured this son so much. Forget about herself, she wouldn't even allow Han Kongan to hit her son. But today she was going to do it herself. Madame Su's hand trembled as her heart shattered. Han Yuqi only felt his cheeks burning. It hurt so much that he didn't even dare to touch them. This should be enough, right? Esteemed Wang Fei, it's swollen, completely swollen, Madame Su said in a choked voice. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap Han Yunshi. It really was a bit swollen, but compared to the injuries on Er's back, it paled in comparison. 2 slaps were worth 100 beatings. Wasn't Madame Su too good at calculating accounts? Han Yunshi glanced at her and said coldly, "This Wang Fei said just then, whether it's swollen or not isn't up to you to decide." What? Han Yuqi was about to cry at these words. Madame Su had long cried, but she didn't dare to argue. She could only grit her teeth and continue. 1 slap from the left, 1 from the right, one after another. Pa, pa, pa. The sounds rose and fell one after another, fierce and intense. Madame Su's hand hurt and Han Yuqi's face hurt. The mother and son cried together, but Han Yunshi still didn't call for them to stop. In the end, all the surrounding servants didn't dare to watch, their hearts filled with fear. This eldest young miss, no, to be exact, Qin Wang Fei was really not to be trifled with. They had all misjudged her. Chapter 84. Helian Zuixiang, who had fainted on the side, had also woken up at some point. She was dumbstruck as she watched Lady Su hit her son. Only when she saw official Ouyang did she understand. Finally, Lady Su's hand lost strength and Han Yuqi's face was swollen like a pig's. Lady Su fell to her knees. "Esteemed Wang Fei, look, it's swollen. It's really swollen." "Raise your head and look," Han Yunshi said coldly. No matter how much pain Han Yuqi was in, it still hurt. He quickly raised his head and saw the big red pig's head. Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud, but of course, she held it in. It can be considered swollen," she said mildly. Hearing this, Lady Su and Han Yuqi both fell back into their seats, finally letting out a sigh of relief. But who knew that Han Yunshi would continue? The crime of offending one's superior can be forgiven, but the crime of threatening this Wang Fei. She didn't finish her sentence and looked at official Ouyang. What? He was already beaten to this state and she still wanted to continue questioning him? And she was asking about the crime of threatening. Official Ouyang didn't expect this and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't think this woman would be so difficult to deal with. Lady Su and Han Yuqi were both stunned and didn't recover. How could this be? What did Han Yunshi want to do? For a moment, the entire courtyard was silent. All the servants were so scared that they held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. Everyone had just heard official Ouyang say that threatening Qin Wang Fei was a capital offense. Official Ouyang, eldest young Master Han, brought so many page boys to threaten this Wang Fei, and even tried to steal my things. He's already posed a threat to the safety of this Wang Fei's ginseng. According to the law, how should this be judged? Han Yunshi asked seriously. When these words came out, the surrounding servants all fell to their knees. It's over, it's over. They were also going to suffer a calamity. And at this time, the courtyard was already surrounded by people who had heard the news and rushed over. Almost all the servants had come, and third Madame Li and her daughter Han Ruoxue were hiding among them. Madame Li was around 30 years old. She maintained herself very well and did not lose out to a young woman's beauty. She even had more charm than a young woman. Her daughter, Han Ruoxue, looked very similar to her. Her pair of big, watery eyes were especially moving. They didn't say much and just watched silently. Compared to Madame Su and her son, Madame Li and her daughter were much calmer. In the silent courtyard, official Ouyang was in a difficult position. Esteemed Wang Fei, this, before he could finish, Lady Su suddenly cried out and burst into tears. Yunshi, do you really have to be so heartless? Yunshi. Yuqi is the Han family's eldest son, He's their heir and hope. Your father is already like that. Don't tell me you still want to destroy the last hope of the Han family? I beg you, spare him this time. Madame Su could only pretend to be pitiful. She kept wiping her tears, no longer caring about her image. Han Yuchi started crying as well, imploring, "Big sis, I'll do anything you want. Just spare me this time, I won't dare next time." It had to be said that this scene caused Madame Su and her sons, standing in the hearts of the Han family, to plummet. Han Yunshi had undoubtedly established her prestige. Even Madame Su and her son were begging her like this. In the future, who in the Han family would dare to look down on her and not fear her? Han Yunshi smiled coldly in her heart. She was just waiting for Han Yuchi to say those words. She was only trying to scare mother and son, so why would she really bring the matter to the justice courts and sentence Han Yuchi to death for his crimes? If she really did, wouldn't she become a heartless and ruthless woman in everyone's eyes who didn't care about brotherly affection? Moreover, Han Kongan was already crippled. The Han family needed someone to support it. She was just a married daughter. No matter how much power she had, she was still an outsider. Madame Su's backing was the strongest. With her here, at least the relatives wouldn't covet the Han family's property. Seventh Madame's branch was still too weak. For the time being, they weren't able to support the Han family with its internal and external troubles. Han Yunshi scrutinized Han Yuchi. After a long time, she said coldly, "Fine. For father's sake, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided." Hearing this, Madame Su and her son felt as if they had been pardoned. Madame Su's heart, which had been hanging high in the air, finally calmed down. As for Han Yuchi, this outwardly strong but inwardly weak thing, he almost fainted from fright. Fortunately, his mother caught him in time and stealthily pinched his waist, waking him up. It was already embarrassing enough. If he fainted from fright at this time, how could he raise his head in the Han family in the future? Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's mercy. Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's mercy. Madame Su expressed her thanks again and again, but when she lowered her head, a trace of hatred flashed past her eyes. She was such a pampered, proud, and arrogant person. She was the mistress of this household, but for the sake of her son's life, she had no choice but to lower her voice and beg Han Yunshi in public. How could she not hate her? This wild girl with no mother to raise her, did she really think she was a phoenix just because she'd flown up to a branch? Don't think that the Empress Dowager and Empress would let her go just because she saved the Crown Prince's life. Don't think that Grand Concubine would acknowledge her just because she entered the Duke of Qin's gates. Don't think that just because she was Qin Wangfei, she had the right to come back and manage the Han family's affairs. This time, she and Yuchi had endured and suffered a loss. As long as she didn't have any evidence to use against them, what could she do to them? If they couldn't escape punishment, then so be it. As long as they didn't die, they would only suffer some physical pain. What could Han Yunshi do to Yuchi? The Han family's affairs were still up to her, the wife and the eldest son Yuchi, to decide. If Han Yunshi wanted to take a single cent from the Han family, she could forget about it. If she wanted to protect 7th Madame's branch, there was no way. Unable to answer, official Ouyang finally had a way out. He quickly flattered, "Esteemed Wang Fei's magnanimity is the Han family's fortune." Han Yunshi smiled. "Then what does official Ouyang think the punishment should be?" This, Lady Su and Han Yuchi both looked over. Official Ouyang was a man who wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. He dearly wanted to say that since his face was swollen from the slaps, he should be lenient with his punishment. But seeing Han Yunshi's fake smile, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only laugh awkwardly. "Of course I'll listen to esteemed Wang Fei." At these words, Lady Su and her son's gazes were filled with resentment. "Little Chen Xiang, what do you think?" Han Yunshi asked lazily. "Mistress, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment should be 100 beatings." Little Chen Xiang answered casually, as if she was talking about the weather. At these words, Han Yuchi's eyes widened. Lady Su held back her anger. "Cold," she said, "this little girl really knows how to joke." "How is it a joke?" "I think it's a good idea," Han Yunshi said casually, as if she was also talking about the weather. At this moment, everyone's faces were completely pale. Even Lady Sue's face was completely dark. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Official Ouyang couldn't hold it in anymore. He hurriedly advised, "Esteemed Wang Fei, 100 beatings will kill someone. They've already been beaten. In this official's opinion, this punishment should be lighter." Of course, Han Yunxi knew that 100 beatings would kill someone. She was just scaring Lady Su. After all, it wasn't easy to see the face of the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel's family turn pale. She grew up being bullied and oppressed, scolded every 3 days, beaten every 5 days, and whipped several times with bamboo whips until her arms were covered in skin. All of this was mostly due to Lady Su. How could she not know Lady Sue's temper? This woman, no matter if she was gently persuading or crying and begging, her heart was vicious. It was like a viper was hiding, waiting for an opportunity to bite back. And the only one who could restrain her was undoubtedly her precious son. Han Yunxi glanced at Lady Su with a pensive expression. Lenient punishment, eh? Well, seeing this, everyone became nervous. Lady Su hurriedly gave Official Ouyang a look. Official Ouyang hesitated for a moment, then cautiously advised, "Esteemed Wang Fei, why don't we follow the Han family's rules?" The Han family's rules were quite strict, but no matter which one it was lighter than 100 beatings. Han Yunxi had been served by the family's rules since she was young. There were more than 100 rules, and she knew them all. It seemed like Official Ouyang and Lady Su still had hope. Soon, she made them despair. Coldly, she said, "This Wang Fei is now punishing him for the crime of threatening. Official Ouyang, are you mistaken?" Official Ouyang's heart jumped, then he suddenly understood. It seemed that Han Yunxi couldn't escape this calamity. Lady Su didn't give up and still wanted to persuade, but Han Yunxi said coldly, 50 beatings. Whoever else pleads for mercy for him, beat them together." When these words came out, the crowd was silent. Lady Su looked at Han Yunxi in disbelief. She didn't think that this lowly girl would dare to be serious. 50 beatings. Even if he wasn't crippled, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month or 2. At this critical juncture of fighting for the family head position, as the eldest young master, Han Yunxi couldn't even get out of bed. How could he compete with 3rd Yang and 7th Yang? Wasn't this deliberately making the eldest young master fall out early? Lady Su tightly clenched her fists. She was about to explode, but who knew that Han Yunxi couldn't hold back first? He suddenly rushed in front of Han Yunxi. "Han Yunxi, don't be so shameless. This young master has had enough. This young master is telling you today, if you dare to." Before he could finish, Official Ouyang quickly went forward to pull him back. "Eldest young master, don't be rude." Han Yunxi suddenly broke free and wanted to continue scolding. Official Ouyang quickly went over and reminded in a low voice, "Lady Su, you can't. If this continues, things will get out of hand. You have to know, eldest young master offended the Wang Fei first. Regardless of the Wang Fei's position in the Wang Fu AI, she is still the face of the Duke of Qin's household. If things get out of hand, even Minister Shangshu might not." Official Ouyang didn't continue, but Lady Su understood this. She was very unwilling, but she had no choice but to pull her son back. "Yunxi, have you been beaten senseless? Why don't you?" Han Yunxi was used to bullying others. Today, he was bullied so miserably. How could he calm down? He angrily said to Lady Su, "Mother, what are you afraid of her for? Didn't you say that even if she's the Wang Fei, she can't do whatever she wants to us? We still have grandfather's support. Grandfather isn't someone to be trifled with." Of course, Lady Su had said this before. She had even said something even more outrageous. However, she couldn't say it in front of Han Yunxi. She had no choice but to pinch Han Yunxi's arm to make him shut up. "Enough. If you continue to speak nonsense and go crazy, you can get out of the Han family." Lady Su could only warn him like this. Han Yunxi was still most afraid of this mother. Hearing this, he could only bitterly remain silent. Chapter 85. Han Yunshi listened to Han Yuchi's words from the side, but wasn't surprised. Lady Su had said the same thing to the bridal sedan chair on the day of her wedding. Moreover, her words were even uglier and more arrogant. She'd said that she, Han Yunshi, wouldn't be a phoenix even if she flew to a branch. A lowly girl would always be a lowly girl. She'd said that she, Han Yunshi, was marrying the Duke of Qin like a toad wanting to eat emu meat. If it was anyone else, they'd have slammed their heads against the wall and died long ago. Only her skin was 3 feet thick enough to get on the bridal sedan chair. Although it was Grand Concubine Yi who told the wedding nanny to go the wrong way that day, Lady Su had her own ways as well. Whether it was her wedding dress, makeup, or jewelry, everything had been tampered with. She'd even docked her dowry, and made her bring a chest full of her little sister's old clothes. Han Yunshi knew all of this. Today, she was avenging little ear and herself. Seeing Han Yuchi stop moving, Han Yunshi ordered cold, "Someone come, drag the eldest young master out and beat him viciously." Although she'd only brought little Chen Xiang with her, none of the Han family's page boys dared to slight her. They quickly went to prepare and drag Han Yuchi out. "Let me go, let me go! Qin Wangfei, I'm begging you, spare me! Spare me! I won't dare again, I won't dare again." No matter how Han Yuchi begged, Han Yunshi remained indifferent. Since she'd made a big fuss today, she might as well make a bigger one. Everyone in the Han family would see clearly that a married daughter like her wasn't to be trifled with. As soon as Han Yuchi was taken out, the people outside all parted to form a path, surrounding the left and right side. How could Han Yuchi rest peacefully on the bench? He wanted to get off immediately, but Han Yunshi said coldly, "Tie him to the bench for me. Be taught." "Yes, yes." The page boy's teeth were chattering, but he had no choice but to obey. Madame Su chased after them. She had to lean on the wall to steady herself. She didn't even dare to look at her son. She glared at Han Yunshi with hatred in her eyes. She couldn't wait for this woman to die. "Han Yunshi, you better not fall into this madam's hands one day. Otherwise, this madam will definitely tear you to pieces." Very quickly, Han Yuchi was tied tightly to the stool. 2 manservants, one on the left and one on the right, held large board. 50 times, not one less. "Beat him," Han Yunshi ordered coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, pa! A plank was struck down. Just by hearing the sound, one could tell that he didn't use much strength. "Stop." Han Yunshi coldly looked at the manservant. "What, are you hungry? Why don't I let you eat a few paddles as well?" The manservant was frightened. Without waiting for Han Yunshi to say anything, he immediately slapped Han Yuchi's butt with the board. But it was a resounding slap. At the same time, Han Yuchi also cried out, learning from the previous example, the other manservant didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately followed up with a plank. Han Yuchi's cries were incomparably miserable. 50 paddles, one after another. Every hit was very heavy. Seeing this, everyone's hearts also pounded heavily. Madame Su covered her mouth and supported herself against the wall. She didn't dare to look. In the quiet courtyard, other than the sound of the paddles, there was only Han Yuchi's miserable cries. It really was like a pig being slaughtered. Finally, the 50 paddles were all finished. The 2 manservants' hands were numb. Han Yuchi's but was simply a bloody mess. It was a shocking sight. He had already fainted. Madame Su rushed over. Seeing this, she was so distressed that she almost fainted. She hurriedly shouted, "Doctor, someone come, call a doctor." How could she still care about the storeroom key in Han Yunshi's hand? She ordered people to send the eldest young master back to his room while she urged the doctor. Her entire person seemed to have gone crazy. Seeing this, all the servants were dumbfounded. They had never seen Madame Su so out of her wits. After Madame Su and the eldest young master left, Han Yunshi looked at the surrounding crowd. With this look, everyone immediately lowered their heads and consciously retreated. Third Yang and Second Miss were hiding behind a big tree. They didn't show themselves, nor did they leave. Third Yang and her daughter heard that Han Yunshi had the storeroom key in her hand and rushed over. Who knew that they would run into the scene of Han Yunshi severely punishing the eldest young master. Madame Su relied on her maternal family's power to act tyrannically for so many years. Someone should have come out long ago to teach her a lesson. However, they never thought that it would be Han Yunshi who would come out. One had to know that even though Han Yunshi was a legitimate eldest miss, she had always been timid and afraid of getting into trouble. She was a person who tolerated and retreated silently. Moreover, even if she became Qin Wangfei, she would only be a decoration. Second Miss Han Ruoxue looked at Han Yunshi's face from afar, and a trace of jealousy flashed through her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Mother, her face has really recovered." Han Ruoxue was the Han family's most beautiful daughter. However, now that the poisonous scar on Han Yunshi's face was gone, her face directly surpassed Han Ruoxue's. On the day of the wedding, many people in the Han family had seen Han Yunshi's beauty, and the servants had been talking about it for a long time. Han Ruoxue had never seen it, so she didn't believe it. However, now that she saw the real person, even she had to admit it. The rumors outside say that she knows how to detoxify and save the young general. In my opinion, it might be true. Madame Li said faintly with a shadow in her eyes. If it wasn't true, why would the Supreme Court's official Ouyang be so afraid of her? What right did she have to arrogantly return to her maternal family with the identity of a Wang Fei? When these words came out, Han Ruoxue's expression also became complicated. However, she quickly recovered and smiled. "Mother, do you think she came back to fight for the storeroom?" Madame Li snorted. "She's a married daughter. Even if she becomes the empress, she still doesn't have the right." Although Madame Li gave birth to a daughter, she spent a lot of effort to raise her. When it came to medical skills, she was considered the best in the Han family's generation. She had always been looking for a good candidate for her daughter to marry into the family. This way, Han Ruoxue would have the right to inherit the position of head of the household. Then why is the storeroom key in her hands? I'm sure she stole it from father's hands. She has this thought. Han Ruoxue said hatefully. Madame Li's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She looked at Han Yunshi for a long time before saying, "Shuer, you haven't visited Miss Mu in a long time, right?" Han Ruoxue nodded. Although Han Ruoxue and Mu Liyue's relationship wasn't as close as Mu Liyue and Princess Changping's, they could still be considered good sisters. Han Ruoxue would always give Mu Liyue some rare trinkets, making Mu Liyue very happy every time. Of course, this was all taught to her by Madame Li. Madame Li said that getting close to Mu Liyue was the same as getting close to Princess Changping. With Princess Changping as her backing, she was much stronger than Madame Su, the Minister of Personnel. Ever since Han Yunshi married into the Duke of Qin's household, Han Ruoxue didn't dare to look for Mu Liyue. She was afraid that if Mu Liyue got angry, she'd be implicated. After all, she was Han Yunshi's younger sister. Regarding the matter of the general's household and the crown prince's strange illness, I think you should go check on Mu Liyue, Madame Li said lightly. I'll do my best, Han Ruoxue replied seriously. Seeing that her mother was about to leave, she hurriedly stopped her. Mother, are we just going to let her go like this? Even if father gave her the key, it's still unreasonable. After all, she's married off. Let's go get it back. Madame Li stopped, her cold gaze slowly moving from Han Ruoxue's hand to Han Ruoxue's face. Seeing this, Han Ruoxue resentfully let go, knowing that her mother was angry. Madame Su isn't worried, so why are you? Even if someone wants to take revenge, it shouldn't be us. Madame Li's tone was cold and strict. Ever since she was young, her mother had always been this cold. Han Ruoxue was already used to it. She lowered her head. Yes, daughter understands. Madame Su's backing was strong, and this time, Han Yunshi beat up Han Yuchi for Han Yuni. With Madame Su's personality, How could she let the seventh branch off so easily? How could she not go against Han Yunshi? If seventh Madame Helian Zuexiang was said to be patient, then Madame Li was the most low-key person. She was always sober and leisurely as a bystander, waiting for the fishermen to reap the benefits. Madame Li and her daughter left silently. Han Yunshi had already helped seventh Madame into the room. Was still unconscious. Han Yunshi touched his forehead to make sure that he didn't have a fever because of the wound infection. Only then did she relax. Qin Wangfei, today, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known. Seventh Madame looked at her son lying quietly on the bed, then looked at Han Yunshi. She was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Han Yunshi looked at seventh Madame and felt helpless. How could such a weak and patient mother protect Er? She was afraid that this child would be the one to protect his mother. This time, she showed the storehouse key and taught Han Yunshi a lesson. Madame Su wouldn't dare to touch the mother and daughter, at least for a short period of time. However, that was only temporary and not a long-term plan. The Han family's new head must be supported as soon as possible. Even if was young, with the status of head of the family, those people wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, she had a bet with Mu Luiyue first and didn't have time to fight a battle of wits and courage with these people. If it was Han Konggen's idea, Han Konggen was already locked up. Madame Su and Madame Li probably wouldn't agree. Han Yunshi indicated that seventh Madame didn't need to say more and sat down first. She pondered for a moment and said, "Little Chun Xiang, stay here and take care of Master Gu." "Yes, mistress, don't worry. With this servant here, I definitely won't let anyone bully seventh young master." Little Chun Xiang immediately accepted the order. This girl was getting smarter. Hearing this, seventh Madame was overjoyed and hurriedly got up to kneel and thank. "Many thanks, Princess Consort. Is able to receive Princess Consort's care. It's his good fortune from 3 lifetimes." Han Yunshi personally supported her and earnestly said, "Seventh Madame, take good care of Sometimes when it's time to be tough, you have to be tough. That Madame Su isn't the official wife. Although Han Yunshi is the eldest young master, he's also a concubine's son like There's nothing to be afraid of. In the future, little Chun Xiang will live here. If there's anything, just tell her, understand?" Seventh Madame was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She nodded repeatedly, her tears almost falling down in bunches. Han Yunshi gave little Chun Xiang a few more instructions before leaving. Seeing that the sky was almost dark, she still hadn't finished today's business. The manservant who had been guarding the door was still waiting outside the courtyard, not daring to leave. Seeing Han Yunshi come out, he hurriedly came forward to flatter her. "Princess Consort, this humble one has been waiting for you." This manservant could be considered quick-witted. Han Yunshi nodded. "Lead the way." This time, she had indeed come for the storehouse. However, she didn't want to obtain the things in the storehouse. Instead, she wanted to check if the storehouse had the 3 snake poisons she was looking for. Under the manservant's guidance, Han Yunshi quickly arrived at the Han family's storehouse.